Chapter 1566. Suddenly hearing the voice of her husband in her mind, Tao Junkie's face suddenly showed a happy expression. As long as she met with her husband, not to mention a third-grade Earth Immortal guy, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would also die. The two sixth-grade Earth Immortal guys of Chiman sect, weren't they also killed by her husband? Overjoyed, Tao Junkie put away the manor, directly summoned the iron-winged eagle, and rushed over here. In a moment she had crossed a distance of thousands of miles. Tao Junkie found the breath of Lan Ying in the distance. Strangely, her husband was also there. Tao Junkie was puzzled, but the speed of rushing over did not decrease, and she still went straight to Yang Chen's side. "Junkie, this is my savior in the mortal world. There is a little misunderstanding with you, don't pursue it." Before the person arrived, Tao Junkie heard the voice of her husband. Originally, Tao Junkie was just in a hurry. It was Lan Ying who attacked her for no reason. Now that her husband said so, Tao Junkie would certainly not say anything more. Since she was her husband's savior, she would return her life-saving grace and not care about it. "Greetings, husband. Greetings, two sisters." When she came to Yang Chen, Tao Junkie resisted her thoughts and greeted Yang Chen and Gao Yugong's Sunling. She didn't look at Lan Ying next to her. It was already good that Lan Ying didn't attack her for no reason. Don't expect Tao Junkie to have a good face. Lan Ying was a little embarrassed because of the idea of hitting an acquaintance's concubine. She curled her lips and said nothing. "It's been hard on you, Junkie." Yang Chen pulled Tao Junkie up and hugged her in his arms, and whispered in her ear. Tao Junkie ascended in the Langya well, which could be regarded as escaping the calamity of the Taishanmen, and she didn't have to face the dilemma between her husband and other sisters in the sect, which was a good thing. However, her life after the ascension was not so good. In the beginning, Tao Junkie was valued by the sect with her excellent cultivation, aptitude, and pure true fire origin fire. For the sect to win over a fifth-grade alchemist, it was a great achievement. But not long after, the news of the Taishanmen's annihilation spread. After Tao Junkie ascended, she inevitably said some bad things about the young sect master, Li Liheng. When the mysterious Heaven sect began to investigate the massacre of the Taishanmen, they also investigated Tao Junkie. Yang Lan and Yang Lan must have spoken ill of Yang Chen. Some people in the Xiantian sect were naturally quite critical of Tao Junkie. Yang Chen was just a small fifth-grade alchemist. He was nothing in the spiritual realm. There were plenty of seventh-grade alchemists in the mysterious Heaven sect. Who knew when this future alchemy genius would die prematurely? Since the Taishanmen had offended all the cultivators, Yang Chen was no exception. With this, Tao Junkie's previous actions of joining Yang Chen for the sake of the sect seemed to have become useless. In the sect, there began to be disciples like young Master Yixian who coveted Tao Junkie's beauty and suppressed her in many ways. Fortunately, Tao Junkie had resources prepared by Yang Chen, so she was not in a difficult position in the sect. Being entangled, Tao Junkie simply followed Yang Chen's arrangement and went to the sea alone to gain experience and rarely returned to the sect. Yang Chen killed young Master Yixian, and Tao Junkie was investigated by the sect again. Tao Junkie did not feel much protection from the sect over the years. The happiest thing was to hear that her husband killed Zhu Yixian, who was entangled with her, as soon as he ascended. Originally, Tao Junkie planned to go to Yang Chen as soon as she heard the news, but she was afraid that her actions would implicate her husband and Chunyang Palace. She was very clear about the situation in Chunyang Palace. If the Xiantian sect really wanted to make a move, it would be enough to send a fairy immortal master. Therefore, Tao Junkie endured until Yang Chen made a hit with the prolonging life pill, and finally got the Sunset Rock, Lin Yangchuan, and the Hatred Parting Sea. Knowing that Yang Chen would definitely wait for her on the Hatred Parting Sea, Tao Junkie did not rush over from the land, but slowly circled around from the sea. This circled for several years, and she was about to arrive, but a female robber appeared out of nowhere and did not say anything. Being held in her husband's arms, the warm and peaceful feeling made Tao Junqi hate to hold him like this for the rest of her life. Yang Chen's words directly hit the softest part of Tao Junqi's heart. Her husband's words made Tao Junqi feel as if all the grievances she had previously suffered had disappeared. Her eyes involuntarily reddened and crystalline tears began to well up in her eyes. However, she forcefully held them back and did not let them fall. If you want to cry, just cry. What do you mean by holding it back? Lan Ning, who was next to her, said a sentence that directly caused Tao Junqi, who was in Yang Chen's arms, to glare at her. Lan Ning was also aware that she was in the wrong. She did not dare to look at Tao Junqi and turned her head guiltily. Don't worry, in the future, when the old monsters in your Xiantian sect know that you can get the prolonging life pill from me, you will be able to get back all the grievances you have suffered. Yang Chen did not just say it, but he directly gave Tao Junqi a very clear statement. Although only 4 prolonging life pills had been released, plus 10 in exchange for land, the shock caused among the cultivators had already been extremely sensational. Now, no one had come to ask for the pill. On the one hand, everyone needed to further verify the efficacy of the prolonging life pill. On the other hand, some people had the idea of delaying to see if there would be any variables. The so-called variables were naturally to see if some people or some sect could get the prolonging life pill from Yangchen, or use some means to make Yangchen and Chunyang Palace yield. Compared with the mortal world, the cultivators of the spiritual world were more realistic. Tao Junqi's face finally had a smile. She could really throw herself into her husband's arms and enjoy his embrace, and this kind of gentle consideration, even a human immortal master would inevitably indulge in it. At this moment, the feeling of home was far more than that of the sect. Husband, I've brought our manor as well. When she said this, Tao Junqi seemed to be bragging about her achievements. This was the Yang family manor, the husband's manor, and our manor. However, when she heard this, Lan Ning had a strange look. It seemed that she had suffered a little loss on this manor. Oh, by the way, boy, when I was fighting with your woman, I seemed to find someone following us from a distance. I don't know what kind of guy it is, but he didn't come out when he saw us fighting. When Tao Junqi talked about the manor, Lan Ning naturally remembered something related to them, and at this time, she also said it. Someone is following us? Tao Junqi's face suddenly turned pale. What was going on? Was it aimed at herself or at her husband? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yang Chen's hand that was holding Tao Junqi tightened slightly, and the soft words made her relax immediately. Chapter 1567. To be able to follow Tao Junqi, a 5th-grade human immortal master, and not be discovered by her, at least his cultivation base was higher than Tao Junqi, or he had a super-strong invisibility magic weapon. It didn't matter who the opponent was now. The important thing was why he was following Tao Junqi. A Ling, you accompany Junqi and talk for a while. Yang Chen let go of Tao Junqi, and then let Gao Yu and Gong Sunling accompany her. My husband will go and see. After settling his family here, Yang Chen said to Lan Ning, Senior, are you interested in sending a ticket? After I succeed, we will split it in half. Lan Ning, this guy, was a lawless master. Without the control of the sect, she was tyrannical in the sea, and she liked to do this kind of thing the most. Listening to Yang Chen, he wanted to pull her to send a ticket. How could she not be happy? The depression that had accumulated on Tao Junqi before couldn't be found from Tao Junqi. How could she find a channel to vent her fire? Let's go. Lan Ning answered directly, and then jumped into the sea first, and instantly changed back to the original appearance of the blue ring octopus in the sea. Entering the sea with Lan Ning was Yang Chen, who was driving the shuttle. In the sea, only the speed of the shuttle could keep up with Lan Ning. Tao Junqi watched Yang Chen and Lan Ning disappear, and the happiness in her heart was overflowing. As soon as her husband heard that he had been wronged, he couldn't get it back from Lan Ning, his savior, and immediately went to find trouble with the person who followed her. It could only show one thing, that was, her husband put her in his heart. Women, even if they were immortal women, would only be happy when they encounter this kind of thing. Since the other party followed Tao Junkie, it was obvious that whether it was good or bad, he was always targeting her. Seeing that she and Lan Ning were fighting, he didn't come up to help, which already showed that it was not a good way. Tao Junkie was not worried at all about whether Yang Chen would have any trouble. At this time, her heart was full of happiness, and she couldn't think of anything else. The Three Purities Secret Art's spiritual awareness was released, and before he swam out 2,000 miles, Yang Chen found the guy who was tracking Tao Junkie. A Grade 2 Earth Immortal expert, no wonder he was discovered by Lan Ning. At this moment, that guy still did not know that he had been exposed, and was still carefully controlling the distance, as if he was afraid that Tao Junkie would discover him. Looking at this posture, it was clear that he definitely had a magical weapon on him that could track Tao Junkie's position. It was the same reason why Li Liheng had left a spiritual consciousness imprint on Tao Junkie in the past. The body of blue shadow firmly wrapped Yang Chen and the shuttle, and then quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary octopus, slowly approaching in that direction. Whether it was Lan Ning or Yang Chen, the spiritual awareness of both of them had surpassed the guy who was tracking them. It was easy to avoid his exploration. Within 2,000 miles, there were no other cultivators except for this guy who stayed in the same place and watched Tao Junkie from afar. Yang Chen and Lan Ning could safely make a bold move without worrying about disturbing anyone. It was a man sitting on a ship-shaped magical weapon. This magical weapon had been uniquely refined to hide most of the spiritual power fluctuations. If it was an ordinary human immortal master's spiritual awareness exploration, they would only think that this ship was a big fish. It seemed that this guy was specialized in doing this kind of thing. He was not in a hurry and always kept enough distance. He was a veteran. Unfortunately, he met Lan Ning and Yang Chen, and his experience technique was seen through. Just when he stopped in place and closed his eyes while paying attention to Tao Junkie's position, he was unaware that a small octopus had arrived at the bottom of his ship. A person from the Profound Heaven sect. Yang Chen had already seen the identity of the man and quietly conveyed it to Lan Ning. Kill him, don't leave any future troubles. The other party was a person from the Profound Heaven sect. Letting him live and face Tao Junkie would always make it difficult for Tao Junkie. Yang Chen simply did not hold back and directly killed the opponent and destroyed the corpse. Just as if this person had never appeared, so as not to make it difficult for Tao Junkie. Boom, when the two of them didn't make a move, it was earth-shattering. Lan Ying's two huge tentacles, at the same time, rolled the ship-shaped magical weapon. She had already taken a fancy to this magical weapon and wanted to control it, and Yang Chen also used the 9 nether flying sword at the same time, instantly wrapping all three of them in a thick black mist. Lan Ning had been practicing in the demon continent, and now she was already at the 3rd grade of the Earth Immortal realm. The demonic energy carried by the 9 nether flying sword had little effect on her. But the opponent was different. He, who had been cultivating smoothly, had never seen such vicious means, and his mind was instantly affected. The opponent was also an Earth Immortal master, and this kind of mental influence could only last for a few moments, but for Lan Ning and Yang Chen, this short moment was enough. The two tentacles quietly approached the opponent's body, and at the same time, a blood-red flying sword had already stabbed straight at his chest and abdomen. The opponent had just got rid of the mental attack of the 9 nether flying sword, but his hands and feet had already been entangled by Lan Ying's tentacles. The reaction of the Earth Immortal opponent could not be said to be slow. In the face of the sudden attack, he summoned the flying sword with the fastest speed. He was planning to meet the opposite flying sword, but the place where his hands and feet were entangled was numb at the same time. The blue-ringed octopus was one of the most poisonous monster beasts in the ocean. Even if he was an Earth Immortal master, in front of the poison of Lan Ying who was higher than him, it was still not enough. Just between breaths, his whole body had been paralyzed, and even his brain worked a little slower. The blood-red flying sword mercilessly passed through his chest, entering his heart and flying out of his back, at the same time taking away all the blood in his body. Yang Chen and Lan Ying joined forces, and in an instant, this guy became a pale corpse. Lan Ying was not polite. Her tentacles rolled the corpse and sent it directly into her mouth. For the monster race, the corpse of this level of cultivator was also a great supplement. A few days ago, when fighting with Tao Junkie, there were some losses, so it was just right to make up for it. Yang Chen turned a blind eye to this. The monster race had the habits of the monster race. After cultivating, the monster race had to abide by the living habits of human beings. The important thing was that the other party was an enemy, and the enemy had been eliminated. The figures of the two appeared directly on the boat-shaped magic weapon that had been controlled by Lan Ying, and they were on the way home. Lan Ying looked very excited. The other party's Qianquan bag was in her hand, and she was dividing the loot one by one. As a lone thief, Lan Ying rarely had this kind of opportunity to divide the loot with others. The harvest this time was quite plentiful, and the resentment accumulated on Tao Junkie had dissipated by more than half. After happily dividing the loot, he happily counted his harvest. "Senior, Junkie doesn't know the relationship between you and me. I have offended you." Yang Chen didn't look at those things, and pushed them directly in front of Lan Ying. "These things are Junkie's compensation to Senior." "Good. Let's write it off." Lan Ying was very happy to accept the things, and waved her hand to express her attitude. At this moment, Yang Chen suddenly felt a palpitation. He didn't know what dangerous thing was about to happen. Chapter 1568. The sudden palpitation made Yang Chen's face turn pale in an instant. Lan Ying next to him immediately noticed this, and began to be alert quietly. At the same time, she was a little closer to Yang Chen, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" As she said this, Lan Ying's other hand had quietly put away all the things, leaving nothing behind. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had already explored at least 2,000 miles around when he had just discovered that something was wrong. However, no matter how Yang Chen used his spiritual awareness to explore, he could not find any clues. Where did this feeling of palpitation come from? Unconsciously, in order to be able to find the source of the palpitation, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had begun to release madly. At the beginning, Lan Ying next to him was still a little careless. She had also explored around, and there was no sign of danger. In the end, Lan Ying was originally a sea creature, and should be more sensitive to the danger in the sea than Yang Chen. Even she couldn't find the danger. Yang Chen's feeling must be wrong. However, with the crazy release of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, Lan Ying's attitude has changed from carelessness to surprise. The strength of the spiritual awareness released by Yang Chen has surpassed Lan Ying's own, reaching the realm of the 4th grade of the Earth Immortal, and it was still increasing. The strength of the spiritual awareness shown by Yang Chen alone had already surprised Lan Ying. The problem was that with the kind of killing intent released by Yang Chen when he was aware of the danger, it made Lan Ying, who was close at hand, almost break her heart. How many creatures had to be killed to have such a fierce killing intent appear? Lan Ying asked herself that she had hunted countless creatures in the sea, and she was also a well-known ruthless character, but compared with the killing intent that Yang Chen had just released, it was nothing at all. Facing this fierce killing intent that was not released for herself at close range, Lan Ying was almost forced to the limit, and her spiritual awareness was raised to the strongest, barely resisting this direct and unreasonable killing intent, and her body began to tremble. If she didn't know that Yang Chen was definitely not targeting her, she would immediately show her true appearance and escape into the ocean, and never dare to approach Yang Chen again. No, it's not here. Yang Chen finally realized that the source of danger was not here. The spiritual awareness of the 3 purities' secret art has been released to the maximum. Even if it was a fairy immortal master, they could not escape from Yang Chen's combing. It was impossible for the Xian Immortal and Golden Immortal to appear in the spiritual world, let alone the great principal Golden Immortal. It was not until the moment when Yang Chen spoke that Lan Ying's nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, suddenly relaxed, and the ubiquitous sense of fear disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, at this moment, when Lan Ying looked at Yang Chen again, it was no longer with the kind of vision of a younger generation who had a relationship with the mortal world, but with another kind of attitude of respect that could not be expressed in words. Lan Ying had no doubt that if Yang Chen was willing, he could even kill her ruthlessly in a face-to-face encounter, and there would be no accident. What is it? The danger that could make Yang Chen so nervous was absolutely fatal. Lan Ying couldn't help but ask, and didn't notice that her tone seemed to have changed a little. I don't know. Yang Chen was still thinking about what the danger was, and answered subconsciously, and then immediately said in a very ordinary tone, let's go back first. Good. Lan Ying also naturally agreed. The two of them did not dare to stay on the sea, and quickly rushed to the Dragon Palace. Until returning to the Dragon Palace and seeing Gao Yugong Sunling and Tao Junki, there was still an unspeakable tension in Yang Chen's mind. That feeling was as if in his previous life, he was just a little Xian Immortal who had just ascended to the immortal world and met a great principal Golden Immortal. Great principal Golden Immortal? As soon as this word appeared in his mind, Yang Chen suddenly woke up. That's right, this was the threat that only a great principal Golden Immortal could bring. However, this was the spiritual world. How could a great principal Golden Immortal of the immortal world come here? What kind of threat was that? It was as if he was about to be devoured, the fear of his body and soul being destroyed. For no reason, how could there be such a feeling? Devour? Yang Chen suddenly froze and suddenly thought of a possibility. In an instant, he could no longer sit still. He hurriedly told Gao Yugong Sunling and Tao Junki, help protect me. He immediately sat down and began to run the three purities' secret art to the extreme, trying to verify his guess. Gao Yugong Sunling and Tao Junki didn't know what happened. Everyone looked at each other. After looking at each other a few times, they all focused their eyes on Lan Ying, who came back with Yang Chen. I don't know what happened. Lan Ying hurriedly waved her hand to show her innocence and quickly explained, we teamed up to kill a guy who was tracking you. When we divided the booty, he suddenly found something wrong, but I couldn't find any threat. The three women also couldn't find any threats around them. Even if Gong Sunling used the Mountain River geographical map to check tens of thousands of miles, she didn't find any problems, but her husband's feeling would definitely not be wrong. At the moment, without any hesitation, Gao Yu directly put away the Dragon Palace, and Gong Sunling waved everyone into the Mountain River geographical map. There was no safer place than this. It was as if this was the only place that could make her husband safer. After doing all this, the women anxiously gathered around Yang Chen, not far from him, staring at Yang Chen nervously, for fear that he would have an accident. At this moment, Yang Chen has thoroughly figured out where his inexplicable palpitation came from. The root of the problem was still in the mortal world. When cultivating the three purities' secret art to a certain extent, the spiritual awareness would split, and this Yang Chen had already done it. When the first spiritual awareness split, it was actually a seed of spiritual awareness that was left by Yang Chen in the immortal body in the mortal world. The immortal body was discovered by Yang Chen and the women in the secret plane, left by a predecessor of Taishanmen. The secret plane was only known to Yang Chen when the masters of Taishanmen asked Yang Chen for advice with the ancient characters that they didn't know. At that time, Yang Chen gave Taishanmen another very dangerous secret plane as a reply and caused Taishanmen to suffer heavy losses. The real secret plane was explored by Yang Chen himself. Taishanmen would not have an immortal body for no reason, nor would they put the immortal body in an ancient secret plane for no reason. Now that he thought about it, there was only one possibility for that immortal body, it was a means of profound heaven sect, just in case. Chapter 1569. At first, Yang Chun couldn't figure out where the Taishaman's predecessors got the immortal body, especially one that was unconscious but still alive. Since there was such an immortal body, Yang Chun certainly wouldn't waste it. He left his own consciousness seed. Even if there was an accident in the future, with this immortal body, Yang Chun could start over again. It was even possible that his cultivation would be stronger than it was now. Now Yang Chun finally understood what the function of this immortal body was. It was the body of a great principal golden immortal that the immortal world's mysterious heaven sect had spent a lot of effort and paid a great price to get it from the immortal world. It was to prevent any major changes in the Taishaman one day so that they wouldn't even lose their inheritance. For a big sect with the inheritance of the immortal world's spiritual world, if the sect in the mortal world was destroyed, it meant that there would be no continuous replenishment in the future. Even if the sect in the immortal world was strong, it was rootless. There was no other possibility but to decline step by step. The Taishaman had been destroyed, so the mysterious heaven sect naturally became a castle in the air. Without a foundation, there was only one path left for them. Of course, the mysterious heaven sect wouldn't sit back and watch this happen. Therefore, the ultimate escape route that they had arranged in the past finally came in handy. The immortal world originally had the method of sending a consciousness clone to the mortal world, but it was expensive to use, so it was only used once every 100 years. Although no one would die because of it, at least 3 great principal golden immortals would have to pay the price of 1,000 years of cultivation. Only a big sect like the mysterious heaven sect could afford such a cost. Ordinary small sects couldn't afford it at all. If they had to pay such a price in the immortal world, at least one golden core stage disciple would have to pay the price in the mortal world. This didn't include the large number of materials needed to activate the formation. Even so, the consciousness clone could only convey 1 or 2 key messages in the mortal world. 99% of the memories of the consciousness clone in the mortal world would be lost, and only a few of the most profound points would be left. In addition to the consciousness clone, the mysterious heaven sect might have a way to completely transfer the consciousness of a great principal golden immortal to the mortal world. However, the bodies of ordinary experts in the mortal world simply could not accommodate the consciousness of a zenith heaven golden immortal, so there was the arrangement of an immortal body. The immortal body was the mysterious heaven sect's last resort to prevent the worst-case scenario. Now that the Taishaman in the mortal world had been exterminated, the sect had reached a point of life and death. Thus, it was only natural for the mysterious heaven sect to activate its immortal body. The empty celestial body was just a container that had been nourished inside the 7-treasure glazed box, quietly waiting for the mysterious heaven sect to use their last resort. Such an immortal body, of course, could not be used to descend to the lower realm with the consciousness avatar method of losing 99% of the memory. Instead, he used the method of the entire consciousness descending to the lower realm. However, compared to sending a consciousness doppelganger to the lower realm, the price was extremely high. It required the lives of at least dozens of zenith heaven golden immortals and the cultivation of at least 10,000 tribulation true immortals. He paid such a terrible price in exchange for the consciousness of a zenith heaven golden immortal with complete memories to enter the immortal body of the mortal world from the immortal world. A zenith heaven golden immortal who occupied the immortal body of a zenith heaven golden immortal was absolutely invincible in the mortal world. Because he had already experienced the golden immortal tribulation, the heavenly tribulation in the mortal world could not affect him at all. He could stay in the mortal world freely. Even if the Taishaman had been exterminated, with such a powerful guy, it was not impossible to reorganize the Taishaman in the mortal world. Under normal circumstances, of course, there was no need to use such a means. The Taishaman was the biggest sect in the Tao sect. They could control the situation without using any means. There was no need to sacrifice so many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and 10,000 Tribulation True Immortals. Now that the Taishaman had been exterminated, if they wanted to rebuild the sect, they must have such a peerless master who could hold the situation and establish absolute authority. Yang Chen's heart palpitated because the mysterious Heaven sect had begun to activate. The consciousness of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was about to enter the immortal body bit by bit. The seed of consciousness left by Yang Chen was naturally the enemy of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. If the other party wanted to completely occupy the immortal body, there was only one way, and that was to destroy the seed of consciousness that currently occupied the immortal body. No matter what method was used, the seed of consciousness of Yang Chen must be forced out of the body, killed, or completely swallowed. The sense of danger even passed directly from the mortal world to the spiritual world. The seed of consciousness left by Yang Chen began to be quickly stimulated in the face of such a powerful enemy. Before the other party's consciousness could fully descend, it spontaneously began to fight back. Yang Chen, who was in the spiritual world, could not use other methods to help his seed of consciousness. He could only cultivate the three purities secret art crazily to strengthen the connection between him and the seed of consciousness to resist the swallowing of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Yang Chen didn't even know if he could escape this disaster. Although it was only the seed of consciousness that was swallowed, Yang Chen himself might not be in too much danger, but it was definitely a disaster for Yang Chen's three purities secret art cultivation. It was likely that the three purities secret art would no longer be able to advance, and it would stay at this stage. The only fortunate thing was that even the consciousness of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could not completely enter the immortal body at once, and it always took a long process. This process depended on the price that Profound Heaven sect was willing to pay for it, and it lasted between 10 to 100 years. In particular, this was still possible without any interference at all. Now, Yang Chen's seed of consciousness had already occupied the immortal body, and it had become the biggest obstacle for the other party to enter the immortal body. As soon as the consciousness of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal entered the immortal body, it was met with the crazy resistance of Yang Chen's seed of consciousness. The two sides used the unconscious immortal body as a battlefield and began to fight wildly. There was no possibility of peace on both sides, only a battle of life and death. It was a battle of pure consciousness, and no one could see any clues from the outside. Both sides had a reason to fight to the death, and there was no room for change. Although it was only a collision of consciousness, the intensity was no less than a fierce fight. At this time, although Yang Chen was just sitting cross-legged and cultivating, the women next to him were extremely nervous. Yang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. At first, he looked very calm, but as time passed, everyone found that something was wrong. The sweat flowing down Yang Chen's head and face like a stream clearly showed how dangerous Yang Chen was now. The nervous hearts of the women became more and more nervous as Yang Chen sweated. Even if they had seen the most dangerous situation with Yang Chen, they had never seen Yang Chen's performance like this. However, at this moment, they could only watch and couldn't help at all. They didn't even dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing Yang Chen. Chapter 1570. Yang Chen still underestimated the power of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Although Yang Chen also had a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm in his memory, that realm was promoted with the help of others. In terms of state of mind, he was at best a quasi-Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and had not reached the level of a real Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. At the same time, he also underestimated the power of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal after his consciousness descended. This wasn't a consciousness clone, but a transfer of the main body's consciousness, from the main body in the immortal world to an immortal body in the mortal world. Even if it was not his own body, It was still the immortal body of a zenith heaven golden immortal who had experienced the golden immortal tribulation. As long as his consciousness and body were slightly integrated, he could exert terrifying strength. It was estimated that it would take 8 to 10 years for the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal to descend, but in just a few days, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness seed could not expel the opponent at all. Instead, more of his body was occupied by the enemy. Now, Yang Chen's divine sense seed was slowly wrapped up by the consciousness of an unknown great principal golden immortal in the mysterious heaven sect. Before, they were evenly matched, but as time passed, the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal slowly entered the immortal's body. He completely lost his advantage, and could only barely resist. Fortunately, after all, it was the spiritual awareness seed released by the powerful Three Purities secret art. Even if the attack power could not be maintained, self-protection was relatively safe. For a while, the incomplete consciousness of the great firmament golden immortal could not cause any harm to the seed of consciousness. The enemy apparently also discovered this problem, so he just wrapped the spiritual knowledge seed with more and more consciousness, slowly accumulating strength, waiting for the moment when he could further destroy the spiritual knowledge seed. To Yang Chen, this was simply a disaster. His own spiritual awareness seed was wrapped. Even if it would not endanger his life for the time being, the Three Purities secret art was almost abolished. Moreover, no one knew what kind of effect it would have on the body after the seed of consciousness was devoured or destroyed. This was something that even Taishang Laojun himself might not necessarily know. Yang Chen did not dare to take risks and let the enemy swallow his spiritual consciousness seed without resistance. That was not the character of Yang Chen in this life. Even if they were to die, they would at least leave a layer of skin behind. At this moment, Yang Chen was still working hard for his spiritual sense seed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, Yang Chen tried his best, but in the end, he only managed to keep his spiritual sense seed alive. However, the longer it took, the more enemies' consciousnesses descended, and the stronger they became. The seed of consciousness was now in danger, and only the last little flame was left, which had not been completely destroyed by the other party. It was not appropriate to say that it was destroyed. The other party seemed to be very interested in this seed of spiritual awareness that occupied the immortal body first and did not kill it at once. This was the fundamental reason why Yang Chen could survive. Yang Chen understood this, and so did the other party. Of course, there was another reason, that was, the other party was still not sure whether Yang Chen's spiritual sense seed had already sacrificially refined this immortal body. If they forced Yang Chen too hard, once Yang Chen made up his mind to detonate the immortal body, the gains would not make up for the losses. Xiantian sect's arrangement for hundreds of years had consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. Dozens of almighty immortals had paid the price of their lives, and even 10 tribulation true immortals had completely sacrificed their cultivation and became a waste. All this was to rebuild the mortal world's Taishanmen and leave a complete foundation for the sect. In any case, they could not lose the big picture because of a small gain. Yang Chen did not know the other party's concerns, and was still struggling to not let the last little flame of the spiritual sense seed go out. Yang Chen's reason told him that it was almost his limit to hold on until now. The strength of the other party was getting stronger and stronger, and it was inevitable that he would eventually lose this spiritual sense seed. This was a difficulty that Yang Chen had never thought of, even though he claimed to be meticulous in his calculations. If he had known this earlier, he would have directly occupied the immortal body, and he might have been able to destroy Xiantian sect in the spiritual world by himself. However, at this point, it was no longer up to Yang Chen to regret it. A year's time was enough for 1/10 of the almighty immortal's complete consciousness to enter the immortal body. 1/10 of the almighty immortal was enough to kill all the cultivators in the mortal world. At this point, the spiritual sense seed left by Yang Chen in the immortal body could be said to have no control over its life or death, and it only depended on the mood of the other party. Yang Chen's persistence had also reached the point of exhaustion. At this last moment, under the absolute strength of the other party, the spiritual sense seed was no longer able to resist and was swallowed whole. In any case, Yang Chen had done his best. It was enough for Yang Chen to be able to hold on for a whole year in the hands of 1/10 of the Almighty Immortal. When the spiritual sense seed was swallowed, Yang Chen's heart suddenly became clear. Even if he lost the spiritual sense seed and the three purities secret art could not continue to cultivate, at this moment his spiritual sense cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary people. The cultivation method of spiritual awareness was not only the three purities secret art in the whole world. Except for Yang Chen, didn't everyone also cultivate it well? It was a big deal to change to a slightly more ordinary spiritual awareness cultivation method in the future. Losing this knot in his heart, Yang Chen was no longer so reluctant, and the sweat on his head and face was not as fierce as before, and began to calm down slowly. At this moment, the mood suddenly made Yang Chen have a kind of understanding that if he did not break, he would not stand. There was nothing irreplaceable in this cultivation. Even the three purities secret art was like this. In the future, there would be nothing that could bother Yang Chen. It was at this moment that the three purities secret art that was being cultivated suddenly had a slight change. If the three purities secret art that Yang Chen cultivated in the past was just a step-by-step process of worrying about gains and losses, now the three purities secret art had a kind of initiative and determination to overcome all obstacles without hesitation. Don't look at Yang Chen's three purities secret art that had been cultivated to the fourth layer, but there had never been such a change. Along with it, because of the changes in the three purities secret art, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness had also undergone a trace of elusive changes. The originally condensed and very solid sea of consciousness, at this moment, seemed to have all turned into countless tough spiritual awareness threads in an instant. Everything in the sea of consciousness seemed to have become a condensed strand of spiritual awareness thread. The sudden change made Yang Chen not know what was going on. The three purities secret art was dictated by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. At most, Yang Chen recited it from beginning to end and firmly recorded it in his mind. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord never talked about the changes, so Yang Chen naturally had no way of knowing. At this time, it was as if Yang Chen's sea of consciousness suddenly became a large cocoon full of spiritual awareness threads. Chapter 1571. That's right, it was a cocoon. Everything seemed to have become a condensation of spiritual awareness threads. If outsiders could see it, they would feel that Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was a cocoon formed by a huge silk thread. Yang Chen didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but since it could make a sound change, and it was a change after his own state of mind had a breakthrough, it should not be in a bad direction. At this time, Yang Chen could even give up the spiritual awareness seed left by the three purities secret art, which also meant that he could give up the three purities secret art. The feeling of gain and loss in his heart would no longer bother Yang Chen. Before Yang Chen had time to carefully appreciate the changes in the three purities secret art and spiritual awareness, a subtle fluctuation was suddenly passed to Yang Chen's mind. This fluctuation was the fluctuation from the spiritual awareness seed left by Yang Chen in the mortal world. Could it be that the spiritual awareness seed had not been completely swallowed? Yang Chen's spirit was suddenly refreshed. Before, this faint connection was so subtle that even Yang Chen couldn't detect it. However, after the change in the three purities secret art, the sea of consciousness was all turned into spiritual awareness threads, so that Yang Chen keenly grasped this connection. Suddenly, an incomparably vast divine sense broke into his sea of consciousness and exploded loudly in his sea of consciousness. Who are you? Are you related to the extermination of the Taishanmen? Give me your life. A huge roaring sound reverberated in his sea of consciousness, and countless powerful thoughts rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and began to crazily collide in all directions. The majesty carried by that spiritual awareness was simply an unattainable mountain peak, with a high dignity that could not be blasphemed, rampaging in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, as if to dig out all the things in Yang Chen's mind. Not good. Yang Chen instantly understood what had happened. The spiritual knowledge seed left in the mortal world was not completely swallowed, the other party still left a negligible bit, but relying on his strong cultivation, he found a subtle connection between Yang Chen and the spiritual knowledge seed, and then traced this connection to Yang Chen. It was easy for a 1/10 of the great principal golden immortal to swallow the spiritual awareness seed of a mortal world that was at most at the peak of the Deshang stage. The spiritual consciousness seed left by Yang Chen became a tonic for the other party, strengthening the other party's spiritual consciousness. The most terrifying thing was that when he swallowed the spiritual consciousness seed, the great principal golden immortal discovered some of Yang Chen's memories. It must be known that the spiritual consciousness seed contained almost all the memories of Yang Chen before his ascension. Even if the other party could not get all the memories, it contained some of the memories about the Taishaman, which also let the other party understand a little bit. The first feeling of the great principal golden immortal master after getting these fragments of memories was that the owner of this spiritual consciousness seed was probably the culprit of the Taishaman's destruction. Even if not, it must have an inseparable relationship with the destruction of the Taishaman. In the first time, the great principal golden immortal did not care that he had just descended 1/10. A part of his consciousness immediately followed the connection between the spiritual consciousness seed and the main body and rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The reason why the immortal world wanted to descend, in addition to rebuilding the Taishaman, another important task of the great principal golden immortal in the lower realm was to thoroughly investigate the cause of the destruction of the Taishaman. If it was really the Taishaman who brought this upon themselves, it would be fine. But if there was another explanation, how could the Taishaman swallow this easily? The discovery of the memories in the spiritual consciousness seed made the great principal golden immortal feel like he had found a treasure. Although he could not get the complete fragments, as long as the owner of the spiritual consciousness seed was still alive and there was still a connection, he was not afraid that he could not find the truth. It was precisely for this reason that the great principal golden immortal left the last trace of the spiritual consciousness seed and did not completely swallow it. For the great principal golden immortal who had experienced the golden immortal tribulation and was already in the process of his consciousness descending, it took a huge price for his consciousness to go from the immortal world to the mortal world, but from the mortal world to the spiritual world, it was extremely easy. This was originally an irreversible passage up. With the cultivation of the great principal golden immortal, even if he only had 1/10 of his consciousness, he could easily find Yang Chen in the spiritual world, grab his spiritual consciousness and enter Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Yang Chen had completely given up on the spiritual consciousness seed, but he did not expect to have such a surprise. The other party's wisp of consciousness that rushed into his sea of consciousness, except for its great momentum, had almost no effect on Yang Chen. He had tens of thousands of years of memory in his previous life, and in this life, he had killed more than tens of thousands of great principal golden immortals. The pressure of a mere great principal golden immortal was a joke for Yang Chen. Not to mention that Yang Chen had already integrated the entrance of the immortal beheading platform. Even if Yang Chen had not integrated it, this guy could not deter Yang Chen at all. As for the rampaging consciousness, it seemed very fierce and very lethal, but Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was full of tenacious spiritual consciousness threads at this time. No matter how hard the other party collided, it was like a high-speed bullet hitting the Kevlar bulletproof material fiber. As long as the fiber was tough enough, the bullet would be useless. At present, Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness threads were so hard. The spiritual consciousness threads cultivated by the three purities' secret art had experienced the drastic changes of the previous great breakthrough and great enlightenment. The already tenacious spiritual consciousness threads had doubled. Part of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal that was rushing around was directly entangled by countless spiritual consciousness threads and could no longer break free and escape. The drastic changes in the sea of consciousness brought about by the upheaval of the three purities' secret art, at this time, Yang Chen really discovered a little clue. That was, the originally hard sea of consciousness could actually be deformed at any time. Countless spiritual consciousness threads would normally be arranged in an orderly manner to form the original appearance of the sea of consciousness. Once there was this kind of collision, it would immediately change its shape without hesitation. The result of the direct collision was at most a certain part of the sea of consciousness that seemed to have been hit into a mess, but at least the part of the collision would be entangled a lot. For the part of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal, it was like a punch with all his strength hitting cotton, which could make him vomit blood. It was in vain. At this moment, the part of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal, not to mention continuing to dig deep memories from Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, after a few collisions, even the action of the consciousness seemed to have a problem. It was bound under the entanglement of thousands of strands of spiritual consciousness threads, and there was no place to escape. If that was the case, it was nothing. At most, the great principal golden immortal would send more and stronger consciousness and then break free from Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness threads and retreat. The problem was that in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, there was also a long blood-colored river and a white dragon formed by dragon Qi and two fire dragons formed by yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Chapter 1572. Among these, the first thing that the consciousness of the great overarching golden immortal collided with was the white dragon condensed from dragon Qi. Dragon Qi? So there is still a dragon behind it? Good. Good. The voice of the great overarching golden immortal floated in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. For the great overarching golden immortal, a mere dragon Qi could not deter him at all. Not to mention a little dragon Qi left in the mortal world, even if a real dragon came from the immortal world, he would not be afraid. Would the direct disciple of the Xiantian sect be scared to the point of not being able to move in the face of an old dragon? On the contrary, he was very excited to find out that there might be a dragon involved. What was the purpose of his consciousness descending to the mortal world? In addition to rebuilding the sect, wasn't it to find the culprit? The more people behind the scenes were found, the happier he would be. At this time, the great overarching golden immortal did not realize what it meant for his consciousness to be surrounded by Yang Chen's spiritual sense thread. Even according to the upper limit of Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation, what could a junior of the earth immortal level do to him? A great overarching golden immortal? The gap between the realms was like a natural moat, and it was not something that could be made up for with any magic treasure or strange sea of consciousness. This was indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, if the great overarching golden immortal wanted to take the life of an earth immortal, as long as he thought about it, the sea of consciousness of the earth immortal could be blown up. Even if he did not die, he would only be left with a body without any soul. However, there were exceptions to everything. Even the consciousness of the great overarching golden immortal could descend from the immortal world to the mortal world. Such a ridiculous thing could happen. The exception was where Yang Chen was. The rampaging spiritual sense of the great overarching golden immortal would not think about what it would hit next. Boom, a sea of blood, or to be precise, countless blood-red spiritual sense threads condensed into a long river of blood. Every wisp of divine awareness carried a kind of fierce killing intent that could cross the sea of blood. In the collision of the two divine awareness, it directly invaded the divine awareness of the Almighty Immortal without reservation. The great principal golden immortal, who thought that he was in control of everything, was suddenly wrapped in this crazy killing intent. Even if it was only in the state of spiritual awareness, he could not help but shiver. In an instant, that ball of divine sense no longer dashed around arrogantly. It obediently stayed where it was, not moving at all. After all, the opponent was a perfected golden immortal. Even if the blood-red river carried a soaring killing intent, it could only frighten the perfected golden immortal for a while. It could not destroy the opponent's consciousness at all. However, this short moment was enough. At this moment, the black and white fire dragons entangled the divine sense of the great principal golden immortal. The two fire dragons cooperated with each other with an unusual tacit understanding. The two twisted into one and wrapped the opponent's divine sense tightly, leaving no gap. At this time, even if a perfected golden immortal had great ability, it was impossible to get rid of the entanglement of the two fire dragons. The moment after the fire dragon was entangled, it was all transformed into the 7th grade spirit-devouring dragon fire. Of course, after the improvement of the white fire seed, the 7th grade spirit-devouring dragon fire actually had the power of the 8th grade spirit-devouring dragon fire. Against the spiritual awareness, the spirit-devouring dragon fire was the most powerful. The merciless burning made the perfected golden immortal immediately feel the pain. As long as it was not a fire cultivator, and not a cultivator who had been exposed to the spirit-devouring dragon fire before, no matter how high the cultivation base was, it would not be able to completely get rid of the burning of the spirit-devouring dragon fire in a short time. It must be known that this was a fire seed that directly targeted the spiritual awareness. Once stained, unless one had an absolutely powerful cultivation base, there was no way to get rid of it. From the mortal world, along the connection between Yang Chen and the seed of spiritual awareness, it rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness at most. The consciousness in his immortal body was only 1/10. In this way, this part of consciousness was less than 1% of the original consciousness of the perfected golden immortal. It was simply a fool's dream to fight against the spirit-devouring dragon fire with this incomplete spiritual awareness. Boom! The entire group of spiritual awareness was ignited, burning and consuming crazily. The perfected golden immortal finally could not bear such pain, and the screams began to drift wildly in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Accompanied by the screams, the consciousness of the perfected golden immortal had been filled with anger. The consciousness of the perfected golden immortal had descended to the mortal world, but it was insulted by a junior who didn't know how many years ago. It was intolerable. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. For a while, the perfected golden immortal even felt scared and was stunned. He was a great perfected golden immortal. A little bug that could be killed at any time and anywhere had brought such an insult to him. If he didn't tear Yang Chen's body into pieces, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? At this moment, the perfected golden immortal could no longer care about anything else. The consciousness left in the immortal body rushed frantically along the previous connection. This time, not only did he want to dig out Yang Chen's memory completely, but he also would not let Yang Chen die a good death. A large group of consciousness rushed over, and the consciousness of the perfected golden immortal entangled by the yin-yang fire dragon immediately expanded rapidly, and the yin-yang fire dragon felt the pressure. Originally there was no gap in the entanglement, but now there began to slowly appear a trace of a gap. The more pressure he faced, the more vigorous Yang Chen's fighting spirit became at the moment. In addition to the spirit-devouring dragon fire, countless other original 7th grade fire seeds also began to take turns, burning the enemy's consciousness regardless of anything. The opponent was not a fire cultivator, this was completely certain. This alone had put Yang Chen in an invincible position. "Break for me!" The voice of the perfected golden immortal once again exploded in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. With this angry shout, the consciousness of the perfected golden immortal suddenly expanded at least 5 times. The yin-yang fire dragon, which was tightly sealed in the consciousness group, could no longer maintain its original state and was abruptly pushed open by this soaring consciousness. If it weren't for the tenacity of the spiritual awareness threads cultivated by the three purities' secret art, there would have been countless spiritual awareness threads broken. Junior, this time you are dead. Not only you, but your family, your sect, and everyone related to you, all of them are dead meat. The perfected golden immortal was not calm in his rage. The kind of undisguised killing intent transmitted directly through his consciousness made Yang Chen feel it clearly. Take care of yourself first. Yang Chen's voice was even calmer than that of the perfected golden immortal, and there was no fear of facing death. The consciousness of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was obviously a little confused. Then, he suddenly discovered that his consciousness was being led by the two fire dragons into a huge white ball. Chapter 1573. Due to the combat consciousness cultivated for tens of thousands of years, the great principal golden immortal instinctively perceived the danger. Not to mention anything else, it was abnormal for an earthly immortal junior to be so confident in the face of the great principal golden immortal, and there must be a reason behind the abnormality. Unfortunately, it was too late to notice the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal. He could only clearly feel that his consciousness was entangled and dragged by the two fire dragons and plunged into a white ball. Finding that something was wrong, the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal immediately began to struggle, trying to break free from the ball. As soon as he struggled, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realized that something was wrong. The more he struggled, the faster he was sucked into the ball. There seemed to be a great suction force coming from inside, causing Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to be involuntarily sucked in without any strength to struggle. What was more frightening was that this strong suction force did not stop after completely dragging the part of the consciousness that had rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. It followed the connection between the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal and the immortal body and began to forcibly drag the part of the consciousness in the immortal body. Originally, when he was burned by the spirit-devouring dragon fire, the consciousness of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal let out a scream, but now that he was absorbed into the ball, there was no more sound, only a feeling of extreme fear was slowly dissipating. That feeling was even more frightening than crashing into the Scarlet River. This ball in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was naturally the bead formed by the white fire seed left by Li Qing. In the past, the two yin-yang fire dragons and this ball formed the pattern of two dragons playing with a bead in Yang Chen's mind. The ball was the bead that was played by the two dragons. In the past, Yang Chen did not know what other uses this ball had. Most of the time, he just thought that it was the place where the yin-yang fire dragon went in to be nourished. Anyway, every time the yin-yang fire dragon entered the ball, there would be a feeling of being charged, so there was no harm in it. This time, Yang Chen really saw the power of this fireball. After the yin-yang fire dragon entangled the consciousness, it almost instinctively dragged the consciousness into the fireball. Yang Chen's heart was moved, but he did not stop it. What his sworn brother Li Qing left him would definitely be a surprise. Sure enough, the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal was soon dragged into the fireball, and there was no sound anymore. Not only that, but there was also a steady flow of consciousness into the fireball. It of the fireball of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal. Because of the attraction of the fireball, the speed of the great principal golden immortal's consciousness was much faster. The consciousness that descended from the immortal world was frantically rushing into the immortal body. Then, it was attracted by the fireball and involuntarily entered the fireball without any possibility of struggling. There were at least 10 true immortals of tribulation around the cultivator, each occupying a position. There was a very complicated magic formation underground. The 10 true immortals of tribulation were sparing no effort in activating the magic formation underground with their cultivation. However, upon closer inspection, the cultivator's body seemed to be slowly losing something, and the cultivator's body also gave off a feeling of loss of spirituality. Everything is normal. A great figure looked at the cultivator in the middle for a long time, then nodded slightly and said to the people around him, "In a few years it will completely descend. I believe it won't take many years for the mortal world to rebuild the profound heaven gate." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The mysterious heaven sect had been patiently waiting for this moment for many years. As long as they could rebuild the profound heaven gate in the mortal world, the temporary grievances of the profound heaven gate in the spiritual and celestial worlds were nothing. When the time came, they would make those people pay back double. In order to prepare for the descent of the zenith heaven golden immortal's consciousness, the celestial world's black heaven sect had prepared for hundreds of years, and it had been more than a year since the array was activated. At this time, the consciousness of the zenith heaven golden immortal that had descended to the lower realm was estimated to have firmly controlled the situation. Next, everyone just had to wait for all the consciousnesses to descend to the lower realm, and it would be considered a great success. There's a change. All of a sudden, a big shot noticed that something was wrong. The dozen or so true immortals around the cultivator in the middle seemed to be working very hard at the moment. It seemed that they were increasing the output of their cultivation. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes immediately landed on the person who had just spoken. That big shot was the one who set up the array, so he should know the changes in the array the best. There was no other way. As long as the array was activated, the cultivator in the middle could no longer communicate with everyone. If there was any problem, they could only look for the expert who set up the array. The expert did not let everyone down. He immediately observed the array nervously. This observation lasted for a whole month, and he finally found the problem. "It's okay." The expert finally gave a conclusion, and then he immediately explained, "The speed of the consciousness descending to the lower realm has increased. I think the part in the mortal world has completely controlled the situation and has taken the initiative to speed up. At present, except for the true immortals who were controlling the array with their cultivation, there seemed to be no other abnormalities. There was only one explanation, that was, the speed of the consciousness descending to the lower realm had increased. No matter what the reason was, it was good news for everyone for the time being. According to this speed, we don't need to wait for another 10 years or so. In 3 years at most, we can completely descend." The expert who set up the array had also been estimating this speed. After a while, he immediately gave an answer: "God bless our Black Heaven sect. Now the reconstruction of the Black Heaven sect in the mortal world can be advanced by a few years." "Good, good." Several big shots nodded in unison. One of them even laughed heartily and said, "I really want to see how those guys will look when they find out that the Black Heaven sect in the mortal world is being rebuilt. It makes me feel so happy just thinking about it." Humph, they only know how to rob the old lord's magic treasures, elixirs, and inheritance. Who would think of using the old lord's servant? Another big shot next to him laughed and said, "It's a pity that the old lord has to die. Otherwise, our Black Heaven sect would have unified the world long ago." The happiness of the big shots did not hinder the consciousness of the zenith heaven golden immortal in the middle from descending to the mortal world at a speed many times faster than before. They had no idea what kind of dangerous situation the consciousness of the expert they had chosen was in. Everyone was looking forward to the faces of those guys who wanted to force the abdication after the reconstruction of the Black Heaven sect in the mortal world. Chapter 1574. No one could see the despair in the heart of the master who was in the lower realm, because the consciousness had left the body. In fact, what was sitting there was just a body. Not to mention showing an expression and making a hint, it was impossible to even move. At this moment, the great principal golden immortal, whose consciousness was in the lower realm, was already extremely anxious. His complete consciousness was stretched into a long consciousness that would take 10 years to enter the immortal body normally because of crossing the two realms. If he completely descended, with his strength, of course, he would not care about a little Earth Immortal Jr., and he would not care about crossing the barrier between the mortal world and the spiritual world. The problem was that when he found out from the spiritual awareness seed left by Yang Chen that the owner of the spiritual awareness seed was likely to be related to the Taishaman's extermination, he couldn't help it anymore. In order to prevent Yang Chen from giving up the connection with the spiritual awareness seed and getting away with it, the great principal Golden Immortal had to take the initiative to attack when he only descended 1/10. There was no problem with this idea in itself. With the strength of the great principal Golden Immortal, 1/10 was enough to send ordinary Earth Immortals and Sky Immortals to hell. The problem was that he encountered Yang Chen, who cultivated the three purities secret art, and the most unfortunate thing was that Yang Chen got a mysterious white fire seed from Li Cheng. Without the fire seed, Yang Chen could only give up the spiritual awareness seed completely when he saw that the situation was not good, and he had even done so. But the other party still came to the door, and this had no choice but to retreat for Yang Chen. Speaking of which, Yang Chen himself didn't know that the fireball formed by the white fire seed would be so terrifying. It turned out that he planned to use the bloody river and other things in his sea of consciousness to fight against it. The current situation was somewhat beyond Yang Chen's expectations. He did not expect that the fireball would take the initiative to swallow the consciousness of the great principal Golden Immortal. What kind of situation was this? However, it seemed to be a good thing. At least after the consciousness of the great principal Golden Immortal was swallowed by the fireball, there was no more sound. The extremely dangerous situation where he needed to go all out suddenly disappeared, which made Yang Chen a little surprised. Immediately after that, a pure divine sense without any impurities emerged from the fireball. It entered Yang Chen's sea of wisdom and began to repair the damage caused by the other party's divine sense rampaging about in Yang Chen's sea of wisdom. Although Yang Chen's sea of consciousness had completely transformed into spiritual consciousness threads, the other party's collision only broke the shape of his sea of consciousness, but it did not cause any more damage to Yang Chen. However, in order to restore Yang Chen's sea of consciousness to its original state, at least in terms of appearance, it would consume a lot of Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness. This pure spiritual awareness just became an excellent tonic. Under the circulation of Yang Chen's three purities secret art, it was quickly absorbed. The almighty immortal consciousness that entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness from the mortal world along with the connection between Yang Chen and the seed of spiritual awareness was now out of control. No matter how his spiritual awareness struggled, it could not escape the fatal attraction in the fireball to the consciousness of the main body. This suction force was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. He could only bring endless terror and despair as he slowly entered the seemingly orderly purgatory. Yes, the fireball was now in the consciousness of the almighty immortal. It was a purgatory. After the consciousness of his spiritual awareness went in, there was no more feeling. With a memory in it, the remaining consciousness soon found that he had lost that memory and could not remember it in any way. At this time, the one who wanted to cut his wrist was already the almighty immortal. If he could take the initiative to cut off the connection between the spiritual awareness, he would not fall into such a situation. As long as Yang Chen's seed of spiritual awareness had not been completely refined and swallowed, there would still be a chance in the future. Unfortunately, the almighty immortal could not give up this piece of consciousness even if he wanted to now. If he had the complete strength of the almighty immortal, he might be able to think of a way on this. Unfortunately, he only had 1/10 of the strength of his main body, and the follow-up complete consciousness was still entering the immortal body bit by bit, and then being pulled into the sea of consciousness of this junior in the spiritual world and then disappearing inexplicably. This feeling was more torturous than killing him with a knife. With a knife, the death was clean and there was no pain. But now the almighty immortal had to bear this kind of torture that was more cruel than cutting the flesh with a blunt knife. He took the initiative to send himself to the door and let his consciousness wear away bit by bit. The fireball was like a stone mill, grinding his own spiritual awareness consciousness little by little. It was a more painful process than being cut by 1,000 knives. Yang Chen did not have the joy of a winner at the moment. He was now in another crisis. The fireball could refine the spiritual awareness of the almighty immortal and feed it back to Yang Chen. This was a great thing. The problem was that now it was refining a almighty immortal, and Yang Chen's realm was only the third grade of the human immortal. Even if it was purely calculated in terms of the spiritual awareness realm, Yang Chen was only the fifth grade of the earth immortal. Between the almighty immortal and the earth immortal, there were 4 big realms, namely the heaven immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, and the almighty immortal. This pure spiritual awareness that was fed back, whether in quality or quantity, completely surpassed Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness. Even if Yang Chen cultivated the 3 purities secret art, at most, there was some possibility of comparison in terms of toughness. Other than that, whether it was condensed or in quality, it was a lot better than Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness. In terms of quantity alone, the almighty immortal's spiritual awareness was tens of thousands of times more than Yang Chen's earth immortal level spiritual awareness. At this moment, the fireball refined the other's consciousness to feed back to Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, and Yang Chen's sea of consciousness began to bear tremendous pressure. Fortunately, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was many times larger than that of ordinary earth immortal masters. For the time being, there was no need to worry that his sea of consciousness would be blown up. However, now he had to start thinking about this problem. Looking at the posture of the fireball, it seemed that the almighty immortal's sea of consciousness did not intend to stop until all the consciousness of the almighty immortal was dragged in and refined. This could also be regarded as doing something that started and finished. The almighty immortal could be completely solved without leaving any future troubles. This was something that Yang Chen was happy to see. Otherwise, Yang Chen would always live in crisis. Moreover, there was an almighty immortal in the mortal world. With what he dug out from the seed of spiritual awareness, Chunyang Palace would definitely bear the brunt and be destroyed. Yang Chen would not watch this kind of thing happen, so he must bear the impact of the complete almighty immortal spiritual awareness. For the time being, there was no other way. There was no other way but to cultivate the 3 purities secret art madly, absorb and refine the spiritual awareness that was fed back to him, improve his cultivation, and expand his sea of consciousness. The 3 purities secret art was circulating wildly in his body. Every circulation would absorb and refine a part of the spiritual awareness that was fed back to him in the fireball. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation was also improving wildly. Chapter 1575. Finally, the 3 purities secret art was the trump card left by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. In this case of external help, it lived up to expectations and began to improve Yang Chen's realm. From the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal to the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal, ordinary cultivation would take at least decades or even hundreds of years to improve. However, with the spiritual awareness of the great principal Golden Immortal as a tonic, this process was compressed into a short few months. However, it did not stop at the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal, and it continued to improve at this jaw-dropping speed. The 7th grade of the Earth Immortal, the 8th grade of the Earth Immortal, the 9th grade of the Earth Immortal, the 10th grade of the Earth Immortal. After 3 years, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had entered the ranks of the 1st grade of the Heavenly Immortal. During this time, the sea of consciousness expanded crazily. It has expanded from 15,000 acres to 20,000 acres, and the height has more than tripled. But even so, it couldn't completely accommodate the pure spiritual awareness overflowing from the fireball. The entire space of the sea of consciousness has been completely filled with these spiritual awareness, and the fireball is still constantly spitting out pure spiritual awareness. All the spiritual awareness threads have been recondensed by Yangchen. This was the recondensed spiritual awareness of the great principle golden immortal that had been refined by the fireball. Compared with the original strength, it was several levels higher. Even if there was another impact of the spiritual awareness of the great principle golden immortal, Yang Chen could confidently say that he could completely withstand the pure spiritual awareness attack. The only concern was that if there were more spiritual awareness backfeeding, there would be no other possibility for Yang Chen's sea of consciousness to explode. The three purities' secret art has reached the fourth level. According to the normal situation, at this time, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness should be split. In the past, Yang Chen had been condensing, and before the spiritual power cultivation base and the spiritual awareness cultivation base were not different by two realms, Yang Chen did not intend to split his spiritual awareness. However, from the looks of it now, it was impossible for it not to split apart. If this continued, it would be difficult for it to even protect itself. It was not that he had not thought about double cultivation with Gao Yu, Gong Sunling and Tao Junki. The Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra could transfer part of the pressure of the spiritual awareness to the three women, but now there were too many spiritual awareness in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, and it had not been refined and absorbed by himself. Yang Chen was afraid that once he lost control, he would implicate the three women. As a man, it was better for him to bear this kind of risk alone. He would wait until he was able to fully control it in the future before anything else. Just when Yang Chen was about to be unable to hold on, the endless consciousness of the Almighty Immortal finally completely entered the fireball, and there was no follow-up consciousness. This also meant that for the time being, Yang Chen only needed to deal with the current number of enemies. He didn't have to worry about more coming. This was originally a happy thing, but soon Yang Chen could no longer be happy. Yang Chen found that the fireball was still continuously feeding back the spiritual awareness. The complete spiritual awareness of the Almighty Immortal, even if the fireball was more powerful, it was limited by Yang Chen's cultivation base. In any case, it was impossible to completely refine it in just 3 years. According to Yang Chen's guess, the remaining consciousness and spiritual awareness of the vast majority of the great principle golden immortals were still waiting to be slowly refined in the fireball. This process was likely to last for hundreds of years or even longer. The terrible thing was that during this time, the fireball was likely to maintain the same speed as it was now, constantly feeding back the spiritual awareness. Even without the supplement of the Almighty Immortal, he would still face the same danger as before. At present, he could only take one step at a time. If it didn't work, Yang Chen could only split his spiritual awareness, and then share the pressure of this spiritual awareness together. At that time, the three purities' secret art would be able to enter the fifth layer. Whether it was efficiency or endurance, it would be greatly improved. Just when Yang Chen was about to make up his mind to start splitting his spiritual awareness, he suddenly found a very weak connection. This was the spiritual awareness seed in the mortal world. The memory of the Almighty Immortal was devoured and excavated, but there was still a trace left and it had not been completely refined. Now that the Almighty Immortal had been killed, naturally, the remnants of this spiritual awareness seed had reoccupied the immortal body. Only relying on the strength of the three purities' secret art, it barely maintained an extremely weak connection with Yang Chen. To be able to leave the spiritual awareness seed and to be able to retain the immortal body, for Yang Chen, this was the capital to dare to fight with others in the future. At present, there was an abundance of spiritual awareness that could not be used up. If he didn't strengthen his own spiritual awareness seed, then when? Suddenly, with a direction, Yang Chen did not hesitate to mobilize his already refined spiritual awareness and began to strengthen the spiritual awareness seed. Of course, while consuming his own spiritual awareness, Yang Chen would not forget to draw supplement from those pure spiritual awareness. The first thing that needed to be strengthened was the connection between the spiritual awareness seed and the main body. Because he had crossed the barrier between the spiritual world and the mortal world, the spiritual awareness that needed to be strengthened was simply an astronomical figure for Yang Chen. And for the current situation, it was also an excellent way to consume spiritual awareness. The connection was too fragile. Yang Chen could only strengthen it a little bit, each time adding almost the same weak trace, carefully, for fear that the intensity was too much and it would break. At the same time, he did not forget to follow this connection and slightly supplement the spiritual awareness seed. The Almighty Immortal forcibly opened the barrier between the spiritual world and the mortal world, creating a good condition for Yang Chen. When Yang Chen's spiritual awareness began to transmit down, although the consumption of spiritual awareness was still huge, it did not take too long. The spiritual awareness seed received a little nourishment and immediately grew a little stronger, and at the same time the connection with Yang Chen also strengthened a little. Yang Chen increased and strengthened it bit by bit, and the spiritual awareness seed that had been refined and swallowed in the mortal world began to slowly turn into a small group, then swelled and slowly recovered. For the first time, the pure spiritual awareness in the sea of consciousness finally showed a situation where the speed of consumption was greater than the speed of replenishment. The accumulated mountain of spiritual awareness was reduced a little bit, and the feeling of the sea of consciousness about to burst finally slowed down and no longer appeared. Crossing the two worlds, especially from the spiritual world to the mortal world, the power consumed was definitely a terrifying number. The spiritual awareness stored in the sea of consciousness of more than 20,000 acres, just to strengthen the connection with the spiritual awareness seed and supplement and nourish the spiritual awareness seed, was consumed in just 5 years. At this point, the spiritual awareness seed was at least half of the original level. As long as there was a trace of spiritual awareness in the fireball, it would automatically be supplemented to the spiritual awareness seed. Looking at this posture, at least for a few years before the spiritual awareness seed was fully restored, Yang Chen could temporarily not worry about the problem of the sea of consciousness being blown up. Gao Yu, Gong Sun Ling and Tao Junqi finally watched their husband get up and stand up after sitting in seclusion for almost 10 years. Chapter 1576. Seeing Yang Chen stand up, the three women were all surprised for a while. Before, he almost didn't explain anything, and he began to retreat, and he was sweating profusely during the retreat, which was something that had never happened before. The retreat lasted for 10 years. During the 10 years, the three women were frightened and always worried about Yang Chen. Now that they saw Yang Chen standing up safely, they finally let go of that worry. "Husband!" Gao Yu almost cried with joy. Even if Yang Chen was sitting in front of her, she had a vague feeling that she almost couldn't see Yang Chen. Gong Sunling didn't lose her composure like Gao Yu, but she also walked silently in front of Yang Chen and hugged Yang Chen tightly, for fear that he would leave in the next moment. Tao Junqi had the highest cultivation base among the people. At the moment she was also smiling with tears, and she sat quietly and smiled. Only Lan Ning was very impatient. She had stayed here for 10 years. Although the environment was no different from the outside, she didn't like it very much. It's a pity that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a way out, even if her cultivation base was higher than Gong Suanling's. Over the years, she had also become honest. Seeing that Yang Chen woke up, Lan Ning directly snorted. Yang Chen's previous performance was really a bit of a cup bow and a snake. Where was there any threat? She had been with Yang Chen all the time, why didn't she feel it? But to say that Yang Chen was deliberately mystifying, Yang Chen couldn't use 10 years to make such a joke with her. What the hell is going on? She waited until the women and Yang Chen's love had ended. Lan Ning came forward, frowned, and asked angrily. Here, only she had a special identity and could ask like this. Someone attacked me. Yang Chen explained with a smile, and then saw Lan Ying's unbelieving expression. At the moment, Yang Chen did not say much, just stretched out a finger, smiled and said to Lan Ying, "Feel it?" Lan Ying was used to being a pirate on the sea alone. She was quite fearless. Seeing Yang Chen stretch out his finger, she immediately unconvinced and stretched out her finger with Yang Chen's finger. She said in a tender voice, "Feel it then, feel it, who is afraid of who?" As soon as the fingers of the two people touched, Yang Chen launched a few pure spiritual awareness in his sea of consciousness and hit Lan Ying's spiritual awareness. In fact, it was all the contact of spiritual awareness. Stretching out his fingers was just to let Lan Ying get ready. The moment the two touched was the moment of launch. Boom! An earth-shattering majesty erupted in Lan Ying's sea of consciousness. Although those divine senses did not contain any emotions or thoughts, just the feeling of being grand and pure to the extreme made Lan Ying instantly have an unattainable feeling of looking up to it. What kind of unspeakable fear was that? The innate fear of some unknown existence came from the bones, and it had almost become an instinct. Lan Ying didn't think about it and retracted her hand, as if Yang Chen's finger was a red-hot soldering iron. Fortunately, Yang Chen just let her feel it, and did not really want to target her. After the contact, Yang Chen retracted the shock of his spiritual awareness. Even so, Lan Ying was frightened. What kind of existence was that? At the thought of facing the existence of this level in a moment, Lan Ying was a little scared. After a while, Lan Ying calmed her mind. This could not be blamed on Lan Ying. She was a monster cultivator. From childhood to adulthood, there was no decent spiritual awareness cultivation method. She relied on her own strong cultivation base to exchange for her current status. Her spiritual awareness was not as good as her spiritual power cultivation base. It could only be regarded as average. In the face of the spiritual awareness that still had the aura of a great principal golden immortal, she was naturally frightened. Direct spiritual awareness attack? Lan Ying was not a fool. An expert of this level, not to mention her, even an expert 10 times stronger than her would not necessarily be able to find it. No wonder she didn't notice anything before, but Yang Chen was facing a formidable enemy. If it was her, she wouldn't be able to stick to it and come back here. What was even more surprising was that Yang Chen was able to persist under that level of attack. For a full 10 years, he was still safe and sound. It was obvious that the other party's attack had failed. Even the shock of the spiritual awareness that she felt was so terrifying. What kind of danger did Yang Chen face directly? This time, Lan Ying no longer dared to say anything more. The junior who had always been regarded as a little brother now gave her a completely unfathomable feeling. Even she knew in her heart that the 3 women around Yang Chen now did not seem to be easy to deal with. Fortunately, she also felt bored before, but she did not do many inappropriate things. Almost. Yang Chen answered Lan Ying's question with a smile. Lan Ying was very smart and did not ask much. Yang Chen only said 3 words but did not explain further. That was, he did not want to know too much. Lan Ying was not the kind of woman who asked for the root of the matter. Lan Ying was well behaved here, but Gao Yugong, Sunling and Tao Junkie still needed Yang Chen to comfort them one by one. In front of Lan Ying, the 3 women did not ask much. Gong Sunling hurriedly prepared some wine and dishes for Yang Chen, so that he could ease the tension after the battle. This kind of spiritual awareness attack, outsiders could not see the clues at all. Except for Yang Chen's own performance of sweating, everyone did not know what he had experienced. At this point, Yang Chen's performance was not as calm as the great principal golden immortal of the immortal world. The master of the immortal world had been refining all the consciousness, and there was no change in his own body. A few years ago, the dozen or so true immortals who were responsible for controlling the formation finally exhausted their whole body cultivation base to determine that the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal had been sent to the mortal world. As for what happened in the mortal world, it was not something they could know. Before setting off, there was an agreement within the Profound Heaven sect that after the great principal golden immortal came to the mortal world, 1 or 2 masters would be created to ascend in a short period of time, and the news that they had already established themselves in the mortal world would be sent to the spiritual world. The spiritual world would then send people to ascend and bring the news to the immortal world. During the time of waiting for the news, the Profound Heaven sect tried to be patient, lest their own arrangement be deliberately destroyed. Although this method of sending people to the mortal world was obtained through the guidance of the Taoist children of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who knew if the guys who first broke into the Tushita Palace had obtained similar things. The mortal world of Taishaman needed to be careful in everything. The high and mighty figures of the Profound Heaven sect in the immortal world, no one would know that the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal they sent had not had time to fully occupy the immortal body, and had already been absorbed and refined by the fireball in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The news they were waiting for was doomed to not be sent up. It was just not known whether these great figures would be as happy as they were now when they waited for hundreds of years and got nothing. Chapter 1577. Yang Chen was now even more puzzled about the white fire seed. What kind of fire seed could improve the grade of other fire seeds? What kind of fire seed could forcibly collect the complete consciousness of a great principal golden immortal and refine it under the spiritual awareness cultivation of a grade 5 earth immortal? What kind of surprise did Li Qing give him? Sometimes there were too many mysterious things that Yang Chen did not understand. Even if he had the memories and knowledge of his past life, there was no way to figure it out. Fortunately, one thing was certain: Li Qing would not harm Yang Chen. Otherwise, there was no need to specifically target Yang Chen. As long as he did not tell Yang Chen the difficulty of refining the entrance to the beheading immortal platform, he could make Yang Chen drag him down in the mortal world for most of his life. Regarding this kind of thing, Yang Chen was very open-minded. Although it was very dangerous this time, he also obtained great benefit. And this benefit was not only for Yang Chen alone, almost all of Yang Chen's people could enjoy it. When Yang Chen and his wife were alone, Yang Chen briefly described the attack he suffered. Of course, Yang Chen would not say the specific reason, and the 3 women were also smart not to ask. This time, Yang Chen also passed on the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra to Tao Junki. In the mortal world, Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang, the Murong sisters, were all married to Yang Chen later, so they had not enjoyed the treatment of the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Now the pure spiritual awareness in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was still increasing, and Yang Chen needed all the channels that could consume these spiritual awareness. For the time being, restoring the spiritual awareness seed could still buy a few years for Yang Chen. Now that the spiritual awareness seed had recovered by half, there was no need for Yang Chen to carefully maintain the connection between his body and the seed. Next, Yang Chen would naturally share these benefits with his wives and concubines. To be honest, Yang Chen didn't know how long this great principal golden immortal's divine sense could be refined and how long it would be a threat to him. After all, there were differences between great principal golden immortals and great principal golden immortals. The gap between experts was absolutely like heaven and earth. Faced with this kind of unknown threat, Yang Chen could only take it one step at a time. On one hand, he was trying his best to exhaust the enemy, and on the other hand, he was beginning to make other preparations. If he could see his sworn brother Li Qing in the near future, he might be able to do something. Tao Junki was a little hesitant when she received the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra for the first time. Naturally, Tao Junki had also prepared some cultivation techniques for husband and wife. Moreover, they were of the best quality among the Taishamen. Based on her performance in the Taishamen over the years, coupled with the care of her master and grandmaster, it was not a problem for her to find some dual cultivation techniques. Were the cultivation methods of Chunyang Palace that Yang Chen took out really suitable? However, seeing that Gao Yu and Gong Sunling took turns to carry out this kind of divine sense dual cultivation with her husband, with Tao Junki's worldly wisdom, of course, she would not let herself show off and began to learn without hesitation. It's just that, without practice, she couldn't understand what was going on in many places. Fortunately, her husband must be very skilled, and he would definitely be able to give her pointers when she practiced. Gao Yu was the first, Gong Sunling was the second, and Tao Junki was the third. Tao Junki was very surprised. After Gao Yu and Yang Chun finished their cultivation, they actually had an unusually shocked expression, and at the same time, there was also a slight fear. Then, without saying a word, she immediately began to practice alone. She didn't know what she was afraid of. Gong Sunling's performance was the same. Perhaps she was also affected after seeing Gao Yu's performance. After the cultivation, she was not as shocked as Gao Yu. She even took Tao Junki with a smile and sent her to her husband's side. However, Tao Junki could perceive the worry hidden in Gong Sunling's heart. What was it for? It was just double cultivation. Was her husband seriously injured? Although she was born in Taishanmen, Tao Junki had never participated in the high-level arrangement for Chunyang Palace. For Yang Chen, Tao Junki was also loyal to him. Even after faintly noticing that some arrangements of Taishanmen were not appropriate, in order not to be in a dilemma, she also ascended in advance under the arrangement of Yang Chen. Especially after ascending, Tao Junki also missed Yang Chen a lot. Between her husband and the sect, she had been partial to her husband's side. Regarding Yang Chen's worries, Tao Junki, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were the same, but she didn't know the specific reason. She simply thought that Yang Chen was injured and needed to be healed. The Supreme Mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra seemed to be a good healing cultivation method, especially in the case of injuries to the spiritual sense and sea of consciousness. After comprehending it for such a long time, Tao Junki understood that there was a healing function in it. "Husband, what do you want me to do?" Sitting face to face with Yang Chen, Tao Junki almost sat in Yang Chen's arms at the moment. Of course, there was nothing between husband and wife, and Tao Junki also let it go. Now it was still Yang Chen's injury that mattered. As soon as Tao Junki came up, she carefully asked Yang Chen, "Do it, just follow my husband." Yang Chen smiled. He also understood Tao Junki's careful thoughts, but he did not say it out. He just reminded her, "No matter what you find in a while, don't be surprised." "I know." Tao Junki saw the performance of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Of course, she knew in her heart that there must be something beyond everyone's expectations. After obediently agreeing, she began to follow Yang Chen's movements. As soon as the two people's spiritual awareness came into contact, the overwhelming and unreachable spiritual awareness transmitted by Yang Chen suddenly shocked Tao Junki. Fortunately, Yang Chen had just reminded her Tao Junki was barely able to control herself, and would not fail the first spiritual awareness double cultivation. What was the level of cultivation of her husband's spiritual awareness? It was definitely more than the Earth Immortal level, at least in the Heaven Immortal level. After a longer period of contact, Tao Junki finally confirmed this. No wonder her husband could become a 5th-grade alchemist master at a young age. When she was in the mortal world, she said that to become a 5th-grade alchemist master, spiritual awareness was the key. It turned out that her husband was really so strong, it was not just a natural multitasking. The next change made Tao Junki almost lose control of her mind. Her own spiritual awareness, driven by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, improved rapidly through the coordination of Taishan Yin Yang Heart Sutra. Human Immortal Grade 8, Human Immortal Grade 9, Human Immortal Grade 10, Earth Immortal Grade 1, Earth Immortal Grade 2, it kept improving as if there was no end. Tao Junki only felt that everything was so illusory. This time, with her husband's spiritual awareness double cultivation, her own spiritual awareness cultivation base was directly promoted to the Earth Immortal Grade 8 before it stopped completely. How was this possible? What kind of cultivation method could have such an abnormal effect? However, she finally understood the meaning of some parts of the Taishan Yin-Yang Heart Sutra that she didn't understand before. It turned out to be like this. After the first spiritual awareness double cultivation of the two people, Tao Junki was shocked, even more than Gao Yu. Is all this true? Chapter 1578. Of course, everything that happened was true. Tao Junki immediately sat down and began to explore her spiritual awareness cultivation. The 8th grade of the Earth Immortal realm, the real spiritual awareness cultivation, there was absolutely no discount. Not only that, her own sea of consciousness seemed to have been recondensed, and the degree of toughness made Tao Junki a little afraid. Not because of her own spiritual awareness realm, but because she was afraid that her realm would be improved so much in such a short period of time. Would it bring other bad consequences? Don't worry, there will be no problem with the cultivation method of the immortal world. Yang Chun seemed to guess Tao Junki's thoughts and whispered in Tao Junki's ear. Tao Junki's delicate body trembled slightly. Only now did she remember that this husband of hers had always been well-read and knowledgeable. Furthermore, he was always able to find treasures that ordinary people wouldn't even believe in corners that others didn't know about. The immortal peach was proof. Yang Chun personally led the women to find clues from a miscellaneous book, and then found it. Tao Junki herself was present, it couldn't be fake at all. Since Yang Chun said that this was the cultivation method of the immortal world, then it must be the cultivation method of the immortal world. Thinking of this, Tao Junki's worries gradually dissipated. Thinking of her previous worries that the cultivation method found in Chunyang Palace might be too low level, it was really a joke. However, this worry was gone and new doubts appeared. Since there was no need to worry about the cultivation method, even her own spiritual awareness cultivation had improved so much, why would Gao Yu and Gong Sunling still have such worries? This question was not good to ask in person. It seemed that she could only ask it when the three women were alone. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation still stayed at the 1st grade of the Heaven Immortal realm. The three women and his spiritual awareness double cultivation, of course, had some effect, but there were too many pure spiritual awareness in the sea of consciousness. Under the constant replenishment, the consumption was just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, and soon it was automatically replenished. It was not that Yang Chun could not continue to improve his spiritual awareness cultivation, but if he continued to improve, Yang Chun would immediately face the consequences of his spiritual awareness splitting. For the time being, Yang Chun had not found a carrier for his spiritual awareness splitting. For the time being, Yang Chun did not want to rush into this result. Yang Chun couldn't help but be cautious. When he killed the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord on the Immortal Executioner platform, it was so hasty that there were many questions about the three purities' secret art that he had no time to ask. Now Yang Chun could only explore by himself. It was fortunate that the seed of spiritual awareness had not been completely swallowed. In a short period of time, Yang Chun did not feel that God would care for him so much that he could immediately solve all the troubles. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were of course worried about the problem of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. When they first cultivated the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, except for Gao Yu's healing, the other women were all trying to ease the skyrocketing spiritual awareness of Yang Chun, lest his spiritual awareness had a problem. Now that everyone's spiritual awareness double cultivation was completed, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness cultivation base had been upgraded to the 8th grade of the Earth Immortal realm, which was more than a great realm higher than the spiritual power cultivation base, but Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base had not fallen. What did this mean? The two women were very clear. Since Yang Chen did not completely solve the problem of his spiritual awareness, but he did not say why, it must be related to this inexplicable attack. The two women now wished that Yang Chen's other wives and concubines were around, and everyone cultivated together, and then lowered Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base. Of course, Tao Junkie would not understand this. There was no problem in cultivating the cultivation methods of the immortal world. Everyone's spiritual awareness cultivation base had improved so fast. Everything looked perfect, didn't it? Senior Lan, this sea of hatred is the site of my Chunyang Palace. If Senior doesn't mind, you can live here temporarily. Luring Lan Ying to the sea of hatred, Yang Chen certainly had a purpose. Such a super fighter of the Earth immortal level was still of great use to the current Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world. If he could abduct one, he would abduct one. Even if he didn't join the Chunyang Palace, he had to pull her to the side of Chunyang Palace. For Yang Chen's invitation, Lan Ying did not hesitate to agree. She had endured the taste of wandering alone in the spiritual world for almost 1,000 years. Of course, she understood the benefits of having the support of the sect. But now she didn't want to join any sect. Fortunately, Yang Chen only invited her to take root here, and did not ask her to join the Chunyang Palace. She settled down for the time being, and made a decision in the future. Next, Yang Chen, who was free for a short period of time, immediately began to be busy with another thing. The chef who promised Fatty Jing, who that year had not been arranged well. After being attacked, he had been in retreat. This was a full 10 years. He didn't know if Fatty was waiting for it now. Returning to the Chunyang Palace with the 3 women, the Chunyang Palace now had the appearance of a mountain gate. The official disciples were still the head of the palace and several elders, but a group of indigenous people were accepted as slaves. The whole mountain gate looked good. Gao Yu and Tao Junkie settled down in the sect. Yang Chen set off with Gong Sunling and rushed to the conch underwater mansion again. Fatty Jing, who was waiting impatiently, the only one who could cope with it should be Yang Chen. Gong Sunling could make delicious food. The fatty would not be embarrassed. There were more than a dozen indigenous people who were taken away by Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. 2 of them were famous chefs among the indigenous people. They had the cultivation base of the Yuanying stage. After the guidance of the head of the palace and several elders, coupled with the guidance of Gong Sunling on the way, they could satisfy the appetite of Fatty Jing who. The rest were the super masters among the indigenous people who had reached the level of human immortal. They followed them, naturally, to be able to cross the tribulation. Only by truly crossing the 3 disasters could one become a real human immortal. Naturally, these people were now the most loyal disciples of the Chunyang Palace. In this regard, the experience of the head of the palace and several elders was much richer than that of Yang Chen. After they had successfully crossed the tribulation, Chunyang Palace would add more than a dozen human immortal disciples, and the sect would slowly expand. The conch underwater mansion could accumulate 1 tribulation every 3 years, but Yang Chen also knew that when Jing Hu was bored, he would consume the power of the tribulation. So now it was unknown how many people could meet the needs of the tribulation. For the time being, he would take this much, and if it was enough, he would come again next time. Unsurprisingly, Fatty Jing, who had been waiting anxiously. Yang Chen and the others had been gone for 10 years, and Fatty himself was too lazy to run out to look for them. The days were really hard to bear. As soon as Yang Chen and Gong Sunling appeared in the underwater mansion, the figure of Fatty came to their side. Why did it take so long? Fatty complained loudly in his mouth, but his eyes were already staring at the small cauldron in Gong Sunling's hand. This was a pot of delicious food cooked by Gong Sunling before she came in, just to let Fatty calm down. Now it seemed that the effect was quite good. Chapter 1579. Almost as fast as he could, a building similar to the pavilion that Yang Chen had entered the last time appeared beside Fatty. It was, of course, isolated from the sea. Then, Gong Sunling felt her vision blur and her hands became light. The small cauldron filled with food appeared on the table in the pavilion. The fat Jing, who had already sat down at the table, and he didn't care about Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. He didn't know where he got a set of bone tableware from. The fat hand holding 2 bone chopsticks had already reached into the cauldron and began to pick up the dishes. Looking at how skillful Fatty was using the chopsticks, it was estimated that Fatty had trained a lot during this time. The last time he came, Fatty didn't know how to use chopsticks. He didn't even know about the existence of chopsticks. Now, he was so skillful. Sure enough, there was motivation. As a Sky Immortal expert, he had been training hard with chopsticks for so many years. It must have been hard on him. Next, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling watched Fatty Jing, who devoured the food in the small cauldron. From the beginning to the end, Fatty's movements were bold. He used chopsticks and spoon very skillfully. In just a moment, the small cauldron was turned upside down. Delicious! Of course, the food in the small cauldron was not enough to fill Fatty's teeth. But Fatty was still very satisfied with it. After carefully savoring it, he turned to Yang Chen and asked, "You promise to cook for me?" After asking this sentence, the fat man seemed to have begun to carefully observe Yang Chen, and then he exclaimed, "Hey? What's going on with you? How did your divine sense grow so fast?" With Fatty's level 8 Sky Immortal cultivation, it was not difficult to detect Yang Chen's current divine sense level. It had only been 10 years since they last met, but Yang Chen's divine sense had gone from level 5 Earth Immortal to level 1 Sky Immortal. Fatty had cultivated before. Even if he pulled up a seedling to help it grow, it wouldn't be so fast, right? Something happened in my cultivation, and it turned out like this. Yang Chen replied with a smile. His tone was a little helpless. Then, he explained, it was delayed. That's why I came now. Sorry to keep you waiting. You call such a good thing an accident? Why doesn't it fall on me? Jing, who was very dissatisfied with Yang Chen's helpless tone. After complaining twice, he said, "Since it's like this, then I'll forgive you. Where is the person who promised to cook for me?" "I've brought them." Gong Sunling released the 2 chefs from the Mountain River geographical map. Both of them were at the nascent soul stage, so they didn't feel uncomfortable in the underwater palace. When they saw the Fatty, they immediately knew that this was the master they were going to follow in the future, so they hurriedly greeted him. Both of them had been carefully told that they must serve the fat man in front of them. The head of the palace even promised that as long as they could make the fat man satisfied, Chunyang Palace could accept their descendants as disciples. They had also heard that this Fatty had a way to help people go through tribulation. Whether it was for themselves or for the descendants of their families, it was necessary to please this heaven immortal Fatty. Seeing them appear, Jing who waved his hand and everyone involuntarily changed their positions. A huge palace suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It looked very tall and magnificent, but the decoration was very simple. It was estimated that this was the real core of the Conch underwater palace. Hurry up, make something delicious for me to taste." Pointing to an empty room, the fat man ordered the 2 chefs. Jing, who was not stupid, he also knew that at this time, he had to try the craftsmanship of the 2. However, there was nothing in this room, not even a stove to let people cook. It was a bit difficult. Fortunately, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were well considered. All the tools were prepared. All kinds of tableware, such as the stove, cooking utensils, and cooking utensils, were all made by Gao Yu, which was just used in this place. If the masters of the mortal world knew that the refining master Gao Yu made a move just to refine a set of kitchen utensils, it was not known how many people would beat their chests and stamp their feet, scolding the fat man for wasting natural resources. However, there was no one who was dissatisfied with this. The 2 chefs were also full of energy, waiting to serve this fatty grandpa well. Of course, Yang Chen prepared a lot of ingredients, and even generously sent at least 20 human immortal grade 8 beast corpses to the fat man Jing who. For the monster race of the same realm, these were great treasures, but for the fat man they were just some rare ingredient. "Go in that house over there, you guys go and play, don't worry about me." The fat man sat on the table at the entrance of the kitchen and didn't intend to move at all. He pointed to a lonely stone house in the distance and said, "I used to think that the massage was comfortable, so I went in and consumed a lot of it. Now I don't know how much I have, you guys can use it." The only room in the spiritual realm that could bring down the three disasters was simply the massage room of the fat man Jing, who, if this was known to the sect masters of the sect in the spiritual realm, it was estimated that they would kill the fat man at all costs to dispel the depression in their hearts. Want a massage? Can I give you 10 fairy beauties and massage you however you want? Why bother to consume this precious heavenly tribulation? It was estimated that the fat man was the only guy in the three realms who used the heavenly tribulation as a massage. This kind of prodigal move was even worse than Yang Chen taking a bath with the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat this guy now, Yang Chen would have wanted to teach the fat man a lesson. The indigenous masters brought by Yang Chen began to enter the stone house one by one. Yang Chen watched them pass the thunder tribulation, fire tribulation and wind tribulation one by one and became a real human immortal master. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. In his previous life, he knew that there was such a powerful room in the conch underwater mansion, but he didn't know which great god refined this kind of magic weapon that could seize the heaven and earth. Rumors were rumors, and Yang Chen had not seen it with his own eyes in his previous life. Now that he was watching the rumors come true, the original trace of worry in his heart finally disappeared. The more than a dozen new human immortal native masters brought in by Gong Sunling couldn't believe what they had just experienced. They didn't know where they were, but they made themselves have a beautiful dream. Now what everyone was most afraid of was that they didn't know when they would wake up from this dream and let them rejoice in vain. However, it was normal for one person to have a dream, but it was a bit abnormal for more than a dozen people to have the same dream at the same time. Everyone had reached this realm of cultivation, and it was easy to determine whether it was true or false. When they finally determined that they had become a real human immortal master, these more than a dozen native masters were so excited that they even cried on the spot. Chunyang Palace, it turned out that there really was such an earth-shattering method. Not to mention anything else, from now on, these people present would be the most loyal disciples of Chunyang Palace, and their family descendants would also become the most devout servants of Chunyang Palace. Chapter 1580. Soon Yang Chen and Gong Sunling chose to leave. There were 2 reasons for leaving. The first was that if Gong Sunling was in the underwater mansion, she would be flattered by Fatty Jing, who all the way to coax her into making a few of her signature dishes. At this point, Fatty Jing, who was simply self-taught, and did not feel that there was anything wrong with a fairy immortal master speaking well to a human immortal junior. When a foodie fatty fawned on a good chef, the degree of flattery was beyond people's imagination. Gong Sunling was already annoyed and wanted to leave for a long time. Another reason to leave was that Yang Chen suddenly noticed that a magic weapon on his body had finally completed its transformation, but he did not want to show it in front of the fatty, so he left immediately. The magic weapon that had undergone the transformation was the pure bottle medicine garden, where Yang Chen had already crossed the tribulation of the tool spirit when he was in the mortal world. After a Zhu and a Bai in the medicine garden crossed their tribulation, Yang Chen sent the gourd left by the dragon clan to the medicine garden according to the agreement, so that a Zhu and a Bai could refine the gourd. The magic weapon of the dragon clan was the magic weapon of the dragon clan. It was definitely the limit of the magic weapon that could exist in the mortal world. With the 2 tool spirits of a Zhu and a Bai who had already crossed their tribulation, plus Yang Chen almost sent half of the spiritual liquid accumulated in the Taishanmen secret plane, in addition to countless first wood spiritual solution and second wood spiritual solution, with the help of Yang Chen's own universe treasure-raising secret art. It took the 2 women almost 300 years to refine. During the refining period, Yang Chen could not use any of the functions of the medicine garden except for being able to take some of the millennium elixirs on the first floor of the medicine garden. Even the 12 Punglai divine wood monsters lived in another ordinary medicine garden. Not long ago, Yang Chen noticed the movement of the medicine garden's pure bottle. That was a zhu and a by informing Yang Chen that the Dragon Clan's gourd had been refined and integrated. It just so happened that the dozen or so natives had successfully transcended their tribulations, so Yang Chen immediately left with Gong Sunling without any hesitation. Under Jing Hu's reluctant gaze, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling left the conch underwater manor. Although Fatty's eyes were filled with reluctance, Yang Chen's heart did not soften at all. If another man stared at his wife like this, even if it was just for the sake of his wife's cooking, Yang Chen wouldn't be very happy. Of course, more than a dozen human immortals are hidden in Gong Sunling's geographical map of mountains and rivers. This is a secret weapon. With the current situation of Chunyang Palace, no one dares to know this secret. Otherwise, it will definitely lead to a thunderous attack. In the spiritual realm, the habit of fighting over good things was much crueler than in the mortal world. If it weren't for the fact that no one believed that Yang Chen's longevity extending pill would be useful to a spirit realm expert, it would have been snatched away immediately. Fortunately, the first batch of people who came to test the medicine were 4 Heaven Immortal experts, and they were Heaven Immortal experts from the 4 major sects. With the 4 of them as his backing, no matter how bold the others were, they wouldn't dare to make a move on Yang Chen, so they could only think of other ways. After leaving the underwater manor, Yang Chen directly brought Gong Sunling and rushed to Long Xian. Long Xian's huge body was now hidden in the sea, blocking the Heaven Immortal level spiritual vein. The huge spiritual energy was enjoyed by him alone, and he was comfortably crawling at the bottom of the sea, enjoying it. When Yang Chen came over, Long Xian was too lazy to move. If it weren't for the fear that Long Xian would have an uncomfortable memory, Yang Chen even wanted to put the current Yang family manor on Long Xian's back again. Fortunately, there was still the Dragon Palace, a palace from the Dragon Clan. Long Xian wouldn't reject it, and let Yang Chen put the Dragon Palace on his back. The purified bottle herb garden was taken out by Yang Chen, and he carefully observed it. While observing, he didn't forget to use the Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art for sacrificial refining. The Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art was a long-term process. It was like adding an extra layer of protection every time you play with it. The more times you play with it, the more the grade of the magic weapon will automatically improve. A Zhu and a Bai quickly appeared and bowed to Yang Chen. This time, the 2 women took a big advantage of him, and they had to thank him. The purified bottle herb garden was originally refined by an expert, but the spirit could not be improved and stayed in the mortal world. After Yang Chen's continuous training, the 2 women reached the level of crossing their tribulation. The gourd of the Dragon Clan directly pushed the purified bottle herb garden to the ranks of the best quality. In the eyes of the experts in the spiritual realm, the refinement of the mortal world was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, in the mortal world, magic treasures were not even divided into specific grades. At most, they would be given a general classification of high, medium, and low grade. At most, they would be given a rare grade. Only those left behind by the Dragon Clan could be called peerless grade. However, in the spiritual world, the direction of refining was the same as alchemy. There was a systematic direction, and the magic weapon that was refined had a real grade. In the same way, the refiner also had a specific classification, which was also divided into 9 grades, but each of them was divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The magic weapon brought up from the mortal world, generally speaking, had to be at least the life source magic weapon of a human immortal master to be classified into the grade, but it was the lowest grade. As for the specific grades of the upper, middle, and lower grades, it still depended on the quality and difference of the magic weapon itself, but it could not escape the scope of the first grade. According to the standards of the spiritual world, the purified bottle herb garden at this time had at least reached the level of the 3rd grade magic weapon. It could be imagined what kind of benefits a Zhu and a Bai had gotten this time. Thanking Yang Chen was not abrupt at all. Good. Good. Yang Chen couldn't help but be happy, and there was only praise in his mouth. Without going into the medicine garden to look carefully, Yang Chen could know the changes that had happened in the purified bottle herb garden through the spiritual awareness communication with a Zhu and a Bai. Although it has only been less than 300 years, all the medicinal materials growing in the purified bottle have increased their age by 1,000 years. This was another benefit after the integration of the dragon gourd. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual liquid, compared to the increase in age of these medicinal materials, even if it cost twice as much spiritual liquid, Yang Chen would be happy. The characteristics of the dragon gourd that could hold all the liquids in the world were still retained. The various spiritual liquids that had been stored in it before, the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid and the distiller's yeast of the jade dragon wine were all there. There was no loss at all, and the purified bottle herb garden still had the function of holding all the liquids. Another change was the space. The space of the medicine garden had expanded by many times. At least a Zhu and a Bai did not know where the limit was. It was estimated that it would not be a problem to hold a real ocean. In that case, just in the sea, let's turn the small pond in the medicine garden into a real ocean. After Yang Chen learned about it through a Zhu and a Bai, he was happy and immediately assigned the first task to a Zhu and a Bai. In the past, the space in the medicine garden was too small. Even if he added the 10th water true essence and added seawater to raise some seabed spiritual creatures, it was just a bigger pond. Now Yang Chen was ambitious and wanted to turn it into a real ocean. Chapter 1581. The dragon gourd seawater was almost infinite, and there was no problem with the pure bottle medicine garden now. A Zhu and a Bai promised and began to collect seawater from the bottom of the sea to expand the ocean in the medicine garden. If someone is now observing the ocean in the spiritual world very attentively, they will definitely find that no matter where the ocean is, as long as it is in the same water area as the sea, all the boundless ocean levels have dropped a few points in less than a day. Perhaps people will not notice this at all, they will only think that this is the normal ebb and flow of the tide. No one will find that countless seawater has been collected by a Zhu and a Bai into the pure bottle medicine garden. A Zhu and a Bai were not only collecting seawater, but also with the help of Yang Chen, a large number of marine creatures at the bottom of the sea were collected. In this way, a complete marine ecosystem could be formed, which was also of great benefit to the growth of marine phase. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling stayed in the sea for almost 2 months. During these 2 months, a Zhu and a Bai have been collecting seawater. In the pure bottle herb garden, there was also a huge ocean no less than the parting hatred sea. At first glance, the sea surface was sparkling and boundless, just like a real sea. The standard of collecting seawater was based on whether Yang Chen could pick it up and carry it as a reference. Since an ocean could be formed in the pure bottle medicine garden, and Yang Chen now had the yellow turban strongman body refining technique and the realm of penetrating the earth, he could naturally pick it up without using spiritual power. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique could not be broken through by just cultivating the secret arts inside. Just like normal muscle exercise, even the strongest muscles, if there is no continuous stimulation and there is no large amount of exercise to support it, it will slowly atrophy and its strength will be reduced. When he was in the mortal world, he didn't have to consider this problem for the time being. Just by relying on various cultivation methods, he could give the body enough exercise, enough to support the needs of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. But in the spiritual world, especially after reaching the realm of penetrating the earth, the original method of only cultivating the internal force and not the external force would not work. In the past, there had never been a magic treasure heavy enough to give Yang Chen this kind of stimulation. Even Ho Yun's golden staff, which weighed 1,000,000 pounds, was no more than 30,000 pounds. At most, it could adapt to the needs of the 10,000-pound strength realm. Now, they couldn't even meet Ho Yun's training needs, let alone Yang Chen. However, with the herb garden, the ocean in the bottle was another matter. Yang Chen could completely control a Zhu and a Bai to put the entire weight of the entire medicine garden on Yang Chen. One had to know that this was the weight of several continents and a real ocean. Even Ho Yun couldn't lift it now. Only someone like Long Xian, who only saw merit as a burden and didn't see anything else as a burden, could truly shoulder this burden. After collecting seawater for more than 20 days, the weight of the bottle was just right for Yang Chen. It was not too light and could achieve the purpose of strength training. For the current Yang Chen, the bottle medicine garden was not only a medicine garden, but it also had the function of a dumbbell. Since then, Yang Chen's hand was always playing with a small emerald bottle, never leaving it. Those who knew thought that Yang Chen had been sacrificially refining his own medicine garden, and those who didn't know thought that this was a jade carving of Yang Chen. An alchemist attaching importance to his own medicine garden did not seem to be something worth making a fuss about. Gong Sunling knew a little bit of the inside story, and she was very curious and tried to weigh the jade bottle. Under the weight, the bottle did not move in Yang Chen's hand. It wasn't until Gong Sunling borrowed the power of the Mountain River geographical map that she lifted the bottle with both hands. After really knowing the weight of the bottle, Gong Sunling couldn't help but spit out her tongue playfully. She was speechless at the abnormal physical strength of her husband. "You can't pinch me." Gong Sunling was alone with her husband, and it seemed that she had become a little girl who was spoiled by Yang Chen. Her tone of speech was a lot more delicate, and at this time she spoke in a spoiled tone, half coquettish and half reminding. Generally speaking, one hand had to hold this huge weight, and the other hand had to hold Gong Sunling's little hand. One side had to do his best, and the other side had to be gentle and careful. Ordinary people really couldn't do this. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already understood the truth of lifting heavy things as light when he was in the sea strength realm. At this moment, under his careful cultivation, his hands did not affect each other at all, as if the bottle had almost no weight. You don't have to use your beheading immortal blade when you fight in the future. Looking at Yang Chen's relaxed appearance, Gong Sunling said with some envy, "As long as you throw the bottle over, you can smash people to death." This was not a joke. The weight of the sea could really crush an ordinary human immortal cultivator to death. Even the earth immortal and sky immortal, if their cultivation was slightly worse, they might not be able to bear such a weight. On the other hand, Yang Chen not only had to bear the weight of the bottle, but also had to maintain the coordination of his body. He could not let people see any abnormality, so he had to consider this when doing all kinds of actions. He used spiritual power to suspend himself in the air to bear such weight without crushing the ground. Even if Yang Chen didn't take the initiative to cultivate at this moment, just walking around with the bottle was already a stunning cultivation. Why don't you also practice this kind of body refining technique? Yang Chen didn't hide it from Gong Sunling and the others, and smiled when he heard the words. Gong Sunling suddenly shook her head like a rattle. What a joke! Like Yang Chen, who turned into a gorilla after cultivating for a while, for a woman who loved beauty, it was better to kill them. How could this kind of body refining technique that destroyed the figure be more suitable than the body refining technique that Yang Chen gave to Fairy Chang'e in the past? Gong Sunling would not consider it even if she was beaten to death. The couple talked and laughed, and quickly rushed back to Chunyang Palace. Gong Sunling went to meet Gao Yu, but Yang Chen took more than a dozen new human immortal masters to meet the master of the palace and other elders. Seeing more than a dozen real human immortal masters, the excitement on the faces of several elders could not be hidden. Since then, Chunyang Palace had another secret weapon. Even if it took 3 years to create a human immortal master, as time went by in the future, this force would become more and more unbearable. Most importantly, with this channel, The natives of the spiritual world would completely worship Chunyang Palace as a holy land in the future. No matter what Chunyang Palace wanted to do, there would be countless support from the lowest level. The growth of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world was no longer a mirage. Chapter 1582. One of the tokens to enter and exit the underwater mansion was handed over to the head of the palace. The next time he went, there was no need for Yang Chen to come out personally. It was enough for Gong Sunling to bring the head of the palace. Now Yang Chen's top priority was to try to find a way to consume the spiritual awareness. How can I consume a lot of spiritual awareness? With his wives and concubines, Yang Chen communicated with them in a tone of discussion, for fear of causing the women's uneasiness. Consumption of spiritual awareness? Listening to Yang Chen's question, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junqi began to ponder. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were okay. This was the first time that Tao Junqi knew that someone needed to consume their spiritual awareness to keep themselves safe. Before, she simply thought that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base rose too fast. Sacrificial refining, a magic weapon. Gao Yu herself was a refining master in the mortal world. Although she did not determine what grade of refining master she was after arriving in the spiritual world, from her own professional point of view, she also knew that a large number of sacrificial refining magic weapons was a way to consume spiritual awareness. Well, there is a way. Yang Chen nodded. The more advanced the sacrificial refining magic weapon, the more it would consume. In the same way, the higher the difficulty of sacrificial refining, the more it would consume. Refining the most difficult medicinal pill. Tao Junqi was wholeheartedly cultivating and had no distractions. She did not work on these trivial things that she thought were trivial. Anyway, the profound heaven sect was rich, and the magic weapons and medicinal pills used by the disciples were specially refined. She only needed to concentrate on cultivation. Now that Yang Chen was smelling it, she certainly answered what Yang Chen was best at. It's also a way. Yang Chen continued to nod. Speaking of which, Tao Junqi was right. The most difficult medicinal pill to refine was the best if it was beyond his current level. This required a lot of spiritual awareness to control, and the effect was not generally good. Some formations require a lot of spiritual awareness to control. Gong Sunling also started from her own expertise and found a way to consume spiritual awareness. Formation. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Before this, he had thought of many methods. It was not that he had never thought of array formations, but he was limited to the circle of array formations. He had not thought of anything more. Now that Gong Sunling had suddenly upgraded the array formation, it made Yang Chen recall an ancient memory. There were simply too many memories from his previous life. Not every big or small matter could be clearly recalled at any time. Sometimes, Yang Chen needed an opportunity or a small hint to find the right one from his vast memories. Back in the day, there was a powerful fellow in the spirit realm who was trapped in a certain sealing formation, unable to break free. Later on, at some point in time, a lucky fellow discovered the sealed area. Then, after expending a great deal of effort, he managed to open the sealing formation and saw that powerful expert. In order to repay the grace of saving him, that powerful expert willingly protected that lucky fellow for 1,000 years before ascending. However, that should be a long time later. Moreover, that lucky fellow was actually not a master who provoked trouble. So basically, he quietly advanced his realm and ascended to the immortal world. It was not until he arrived in the immortal world that Yang Chen found an opportunity to chat with that lucky fellow and learned about this matter. The reason why Yang Chen remembered the sealing formation now was that unlocking the sealing formation required a very powerful spiritual awareness. At that time, that lucky fellow's cultivation was not strong enough, so it took him more than 2,000 years to unlock this formation. However, it was precisely because of these 2,000 years of crazy tempering of his spiritual awareness that fellow could be regarded as a small expert in the immortal world with amazing achievements. Now that Yang Chen had a lot of spiritual awareness, wasn't the ceiling formation a ready-made good thing prepared for Yang Chen? The problem was that it seemed that the location of the ceiling formation was obtained from a magic weapon that was accidentally bought at an auction. Moreover, it was something that happened many years later. It was not an easy task for Yang Chen to know the location of the ceiling formation. However, it was not completely impossible. According to that lucky fellow, the magic weapon that he bought in the past was actually auctioned many times in the auction. At first, that magic weapon looked really scary, but after buying it, one would find that they had been deceived. After many people were deceived, there was a time when that magic weapon had been sold for hundreds of years. Each time, it was reduced to a warm-up before the opening of several major auctions, just like the sky measuring ruler that Yang Chen bought in the past. If this was the case, then Yang Chen might as well stroll around the major auctions to see if he could be lucky enough to buy that magic weapon. Anyway, in recent years, Yang Chen could still use his spiritual awareness seeds to restore some of his spiritual awareness. For the time being, he did not have to worry too much. I have a way. Yang Chen finally smiled. The relaxed smile from the bottom of his heart made the three women finally put down the big stone in their hearts. Since their husband had a way, then they did not have to worry about cultivation problems. Although he already had a direction, Yang Chen still had to visit the major sect in the near future. Since the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra had been passed on to Tao Junki, then Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters could not be left out. Moreover, with their help, it could also consume a lot of spiritual awareness. Since it was good for himself and his women, Yang Chen would certainly not let it go. After explaining his plan, none of the three women had any objections. However, before Yang Chen left, he still stayed with the three women for a whole year to thoroughly consolidate the spiritual awareness of the 8th grade of the Earth Immortal Realm from the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Before Yang Chen left, the three women returned to the back of Long Xian and entered the Dragon Palace to cultivate. The current spirit vein in Chunyang Palace was only a human immortal level spirit vein. The sect had more than a dozen human immortal experts. They were embarrassed to compete with others for spiritual energy. It was safer and more at ease on Long Xian's back. Yang Chen had settled down in the sect. The higher-ups of the Profound Heavens sect in the immortal world were already waiting anxiously. Even the new Jade Emperor was a little anxious. The consciousness of a great principal golden immortal that had been sent down to the mortal world at a great cost occupied an immortal body that had been sent down many years ago. Logically speaking, since the consciousness had been sent down in advance, there should be news coming up after so many years. However, there was still no news until now. Such an expert did not have to worry about any experts in the mortal world at all. They could simply find a junior who was about to ascend and force him to send a message to the spiritual world. After reaching the spiritual world, the Profound Heavens sect would immediately send someone to ascend and send the message to the immortal world. However, there was still no news until now. Could it be that there was some trouble? Your Majesty, don't worry. Did you forget the lesson after you ascended from the mortal world to the spiritual world? The Jade Emperor was anxious. Naturally, there were people to help him. Soon, someone comforted him. Chapter 1583. When newcomers from the mortal world ascended to the spiritual realm, they would always be taught a lesson by a group of experts to let them know the rules of the spiritual realm. At the same time, it would also allow them to adapt to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual realm. Generally speaking, this process would take at least a few years before the newcomer could arrive at the reception town. Like Yang Chen's family who came out so easily, there was no one before or after. Thinking of this reason, the higher-ups of the Xiantian sect, including the Jade Emperor, heaved a sigh of relief. It had only been a few years since they descended. Perhaps the person who helped to send the message was still lying in the forest recuperating. It was normal for there to be no news, but it would be strange if there was news. At this time, everyone was no longer as anxious as before. They recovered their demeanor of experts and slowly waited with a relaxed heart. Some even began to reflect that they had lost their composure because they were too anxious about the foundation of the sect. This was the first time that Yang Chun officially visited another sect after arriving in the spiritual realm. Of course, it was only limited to the 4 sects. For the time being, this large area was still the territory of the Tao sects. If he wanted to go to the demon clan or the demon sect, he would have to take a big detour. The closest one was the Blue Cloud sect. When Yang Chun signed up at the mountain gate, he was received with a grand reception by the Blue Cloud sect. Sun Qingshue's status in the Blue Cloud sect in the spiritual realm was not that famous. Even Sun Qingshue's master, Elder Hua Wanting, was only a newcomer who had ascended for a few hundred years. She had just gained a foothold in the sect, so she could not let Sun Qingxue enjoy any special treatment. However, Yang Chen's name was linked to the prolongation pill. A heaven immortal expert in the sect had taken Yang Chen's prolongation pill and helped Yang Chen run around. That was a heaven immortal expert who was a big figure in any sect. The disciples who received them could not be presumptuous. Soon, Yang Chen was invited to the guest hall that was only used by distinguished guests. Then, someone immediately went to inform Sun Qingxue. Yang Chen's reason for coming was to meet his wife, not to visit the sect. However, while informing Sun Qingxue, the disciples did not forget to inform the elders of the sect. Treat them with courtesy. If their requests aren't excessive, I'll agree to them all. The elders in charge of the sect also knew the importance of the prolongation pill. However, a disciple from a third-rate sect, no matter how talented he was as an alchemist, was not worthy of the Blue Cloud sect putting down their pride to curry favor with him. It would be fine as long as they showed enough goodwill. As for the work of winning over, on the one hand, it was handed over to Sun Qingxue, and on the other hand, it was handed over to sect Master Lu, Elder Shi, and Elder Hua, who had already ascended for hundreds of years, who were acquaintances of Yang Chen. When the big shots came forward, they would not scare the little fellow. As soon as Sun Qingxue saw him, she threw herself into the arms of Yang Chen. Even though she was already a human immortal master, her mentality was still the same as that of the little girl in the past. She held Yang Chen for a long time and did not let go. Happy tears flowed, as if the two had been separated for many years. In fact, it had only been more than 10 years since they arrived in the spiritual world. After the joy of meeting, Sun Qingxue did not forget to tell Yang Chen about her experience in the sect. Fortunately, hundreds of years ago, Sect Master Lu, Elder Shi, and Elder Hua, the elders had ascended one after another and had already established a foothold in the spiritual world. Naturally, as a pro-disciple of Hua Wanting, Sun Qingxue's life in the sect was relatively better. Originally, Sun Qingxue was a rich woman. With Yang Chen there, how could he let his women be wronged? Even if there was no sect, Sun Qingxue could live a relaxed life. What's more, there was also the care of the elders. As soon as she arrived in the sect, Sun Qingxue did not encounter any difficulties. She smoothly had everything of her own and cultivated normally. A big sect had the benefits of a big sect, but it also had the rules of a big sect. When the newcomers came, generally within 100 years, they still had to learn honestly in the sect. Learning more advanced cultivation methods, a higher level of insight, all kinds of alchemy, refining, array assistance, and so on, were all higher than in the mortal world. These learning time alone occupied most of the time. Those with average cultivation aptitude would face more troubles, the choice of cultivation methods, the choice of a master, and so on. Especially the change of mentality. After ascending to the spiritual world, everything had to start from the bottom, starting from the lowest disciple. Many people had to adapt to this, and it took a lot of time. Not only that, like Sun Qingxue, her own master had already ascended, it was naturally easy. Those whose master had not ascended had to worship a new master, otherwise, there would be no one to guide them, and it would be difficult for them to cultivate. The interpersonal relationships of a big sect needed to be coordinated in all aspects. In 100 years, they could only be familiar with each other in the sect. Sect Master Lu was the master of the mortal world. After ascending, his status was naturally different. Similarly, Elder Shi Yanhe was the hall master of the law enforcement hall in the mortal world, and Elder Hua also worked hard to squeeze into the ranks of the core elders, especially these people who came with the great credit of destroying the Taishaman, so their status was even more different. Of course, everything went smoothly for Sun Qingxue. She had her master and several core elders who had a high status to take care of her. In addition, Sun Qingxue's family was rich and generous. She was born in an official's family, so she was the best at dealing with interpersonal relationship. Especially, her cultivation aptitude was excellent. In the sect, she was already the leader among the younger disciples. The only thing that made Sun Qingxue unhappy was that she might not see her husband for 100 years. Now that Yang Chen personally came to the door, Sun Qingxue, of course, was smiling, and wished that she could hang on Yang Chen's body and never leave again. As for being seen by other fellow apprentices, it was not a big deal. Now Sun Qingxue was the junior sister apprentice. Her seniority was small and she was young. Naturally, she had the capital to do something outrageous. Next, it was natural that Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue were in Sun Qingxue's room for double cultivation. After comforting Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue's spiritual awareness double cultivation. Overnight, the spiritual awareness skyrocketed to the 8th grade of the Earth Immortal, which made Sun Qingxue understand that Yang Chen must have a problem in his spiritual awareness cultivation. She pulled herself together and used all her skills to help Yang Chen reduce his spiritual awareness cultivation. Unfortunately, the effect of her alone was not very obvious. In order to let Sun Qingxue thoroughly consolidate her spiritual awareness cultivation, Yang Chen also needed to stay with Sun Qingxue for a few months. At the same time, he could also take a look at the Blue Cloud Sect's auction and see if he could be lucky enough to encounter the magic weapon he was looking for. Surprisingly, Yang Chen's request to participate in the Blue Cloud Sect's internal auction was not approved. Even if Hua Wanting came forward, the result was the same. In the spiritual world, they still had no right to speak and could only express their regret to Yang Chen. Rest assured, it's not a big deal. In the face of Sun Qingxue's expression of not giving her husband a good thing, Yang Chen laughed indifferently and then asked with a smile, "I don't know if I auction a 4 turns life-prolonging pill, will there be people who will politely invite me to participate?" Chapter 1584. A 4th grade prolonging life pill gave the 10th grade Heaven Immortal Elder at least hundreds of years of lifespan, which had been personally tested by 4 Heaven Immortal Masters. If such a medicinal pill could not enter the auction of the Blue Cloud Sect, then the Blue Cloud Sect must be joking. Although the Blue Cloud Sect had a 7th grade alchemist master, none of them could come up with a prolonging life pill. Now in the entire spiritual world, there was only one person who could have a prolonging life pill, and that was Yang Chen. Some people, relying on their seniority, wanted to teach Yang Chen a little lesson on this, but it was really a wrong idea. In the big sect, some things were inevitable. Some of the guys whose qualifications were not particularly good, but the seniors, always had such an unspeakable resentment towards Sun Qingxue, who had good qualifications and could always get the favor of the sect. Because of this, Sun Qingxue's request to take Yang Chen to the internal auction of the Blue Cloud Sect was directly rejected, and even Elder Hua Wanting came forward was also rebuffed. Such a small thing, if Sect Master Lu had to come forward, it would be ugly. Therefore, Sun Qingxue could only express her powerlessness to Yang Chen. In the end, it was because Sun Qingxue's current qualifications were too shallow. Everyone was a master who had ascended, and the person in charge had at least been in the spiritual world for 1,000 years or more. They were all the elders of the elders. In terms of seniority, they were all at the level of the great martial uncle. Putting up this posture, Sun Qingxue was really not good. When he was in the mortal world, Yang Chun had encountered the same thing in the Blue Cloud sect, but that was because someone wanted to hit Sun Qingxue with a bit of jealousy. This time, he didn't know if it was the same reason. Anyway, it happened again. Yang Chun had expected it, and threw the problem back directly with a light sentence. 4 revolutions life-prolonging pill, take it or leave it. If he wanted it, he would have to politely invite Yang Chun to attend the auction. Someone in the sect was targeting her and her husband. Of course, Sun Qingxue was not someone who was easy to deal with. She immediately spread the news. Fortunately, Sun Qingxue was quite popular among her fellow disciples of the same generation. In the past few hundred years, many people in the same sect knew of Yang Chen's name. Therefore, the news soon spread throughout the entire Blue Cloud sect. This time, the disciples who were in charge of the Blue Cloud sect's auction were in a predicament. At the end of the day, they were still narrow-minded. They were jealous of Sun Qingxue's smooth sailing in the sect. Originally, they just wanted to stop Sun Qingxue and suppress the arrogance of this genius disciple. They didn't expect her to throw out such a big killing weapon. The name of the prolonging life pill had long spread in the spiritual realm. Many people dreamed of getting their hands on one, but they couldn't. Not to mention other sect, there were at least 50 old heaven immortal monsters in the Blue Cloud sect who desperately wanted to get their hands on the prolonging life pill. If these people knew that there was a prolonging life pill that was supposed to be auctioned but was cancelled because they didn't have the right to attend the auction, not to mention the few people in charge of the auction, even their masters and grandmasters wouldn't feel good about it. Everyone knew how precious the prolonging life pill was. According to the news from the mortal world, there were only a few demonic beads that could be used to refine the prolonging life pill, and almost all of them were in the hands of Yang Chen. Excluding the consumption of Yang Chen's alchemy, it was already the most that Yang Chen had in his hands, 300 of them. Each of them represented 1,000 years of lifespan. If they were in Yang Chen's shoes, they wouldn't sell one without an urgent reason. This was great. The instigators immediately became anxious. Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue were sitting on the fishing platform. They almost never left the house and cultivated together. Even if they wanted to persuade others, it would be difficult. Who asked Hua Wanting, who was the closest to Sun Qingxue, to come forward and be rejected? This time it was really uncomfortable. While the few guys were hesitating, a piece of news completely became the straw that broke the camel's back. The 2 heaven immortal ancestors of the sect, who were in closed-door cultivation, got the news from somewhere and actually came out. Moreover, they wanted to participate in the auction of the prolonging life pill. It's over. After hearing this news, the hearts of the few guys sank. It wasn't a big problem to give the younger generation a little trouble to let them know how to respect their elders, but if they delayed the life and death of the old ancestor, he believed that before he died, the old ancestor definitely wouldn't mind bringing 1 or 2 of his disciples along. Anyway, they were going to die. What was there to worry about? It couldn't be helped. The few people who had mercilessly rejected Sun Qingxue's request came together in front of Sun Qingxue's small courtyard. They knocked on the door politely and respectfully invited Yang Chen to participate in the internal auction of the Blue Cloud sect in 10 days. To the surprise of the few guys, Yang Chen, the younger generation, was quite easy to talk to. He didn't make things difficult at all and directly agreed to their request. The only requirement was that the prolonging life pill would be taken out at that time, and that the auction price was specified. Was this a condition? It was simply a matter of course, wasn't it? Coming out of Sun Qingxue's small courtyard, the few people looked at each other, but at the same time, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, there was a burst of regret in their hearts. What the hell was this? When they politely asked to participate, they were not willing. In the end, they didn't speak, and they had to turn around and use a more polite attitude to ask them to participate. Why did they bother? If they were to use a word to describe it, it was clearly the word cheap. Not only that, they bowed to Yang Chen because Yang Chen had the prolonging life pill in his hands, but they still had to apologize to another person. Sun Qingshua's master, Hua Wanting, also personally came to persuade them at that time, but was mercilessly rejected by them. It must be known that Hua Wanting was the core elder of the mortal world, but her qualifications were not old enough. Now they bowed to Sun Qingxue, but they had to bow to Hua Wanting. Otherwise, when Sect Master Lu took over as the Sect Master of the Blue Cloud sect in the spiritual world in the future, Elder Hua would gain power, and they would never have a good life. Such a small thing as teaching the rules may not be cared about. Almost all the senior people would do this, but face-to-face slapping was another matter, and it couldn't be taken lightly. The whole thing even made the senior members of the Blue Cloud sect in the spiritual world have a new way of thinking. Ordinary disciples had to rely on this kind of internal healthy competition to stimulate their growth, but some disciples must be exceptions. In the past, these exceptional disciples were only the real core elders of the mortal world who had such treatment, but now they had to add Sun Qingshu, the most amazing fifth-grade alchemist master in the mortal world. Presumably when she ascended to the spiritual world, she would not let others down. At this point, Yang Chen didn't even have to show too much. As long as he held the prolonging life pill in his hand, it was enough. Chapter 1585. 10 days later, the auction had become an event that many Blue Cloud sect disciples were looking forward to. What made people speechless was that this time, because there were too many disciples who wanted to participate in the auction, the Blue Cloud sect had to control the number of people. Some Blue Cloud sect disciples also had no chance to participate because of this. It was very ironic that the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect could not participate in the auction, and Yang Chen, an outsider who was rejected at the beginning and then politely invited, was treated as a guest of honor. This was the reality of the cultivation world. However, those who were rejected by the Blue Cloud sect disciples did not feel too wrong. Many people heard that there was a longevity pill and intended to gain some experience. Everyone knew that even if they were rich, it was impossible for them to get it. That longevity pill was clearly prepared for the two ancestors who had come out of seclusion, and no one dared to grab it from them. 10 days later, Yang Chen sat in the Blue Cloud sect's internal auction house, second only to the Blue Cloud sect's master's box, and participated in the entire auction from beginning to end. The magic weapon that Yang Chen was looking forward to did not appear. This was not surprising. If Yang Chen could encounter that magic weapon in an auction casually, then Yang Chen's luck would be a bit too good. Such a great luck against the heavens would hurt his character. In the future, he did not know what price he would have to pay to make up for it. For the other auction items, Yang Chen was interested in other than the two kinds of medicinal materials and a kind of fire seed. The Blue Cloud sect seemed to take care of Yang Chen intentionally. As soon as Yang Chen joined the auction, the price only rose slightly for a few rounds, and the two kinds of medicinal materials and the fire seed were not higher than the base price. As for the other magic weapon cultivation method materials, Yang Chen just looked and did not participate. Sun Qingshuo now had the first wood true secret art and the second wood true secret art, and the ultimate demonized demon vine had not been completely refined. Within 200 or 300 years, there was no need to consider other things, so she did not make a move. If Yang Chen hadn't insisted on coming to the auction, Sun Qingshuo wouldn't have been interested in attending. Her husband had already prepared everything she needed. Why would she need to try her luck at the auction? The 4 revolutions prolonging life pill had appeared as the final item of the auction. Up until the appearance of the prolonging life pill, the 2 old ancestors, who had come out of seclusion, did not show any expression. It was clear that they had come for the prolonging life pill. Yang Chen's starting price for the longevity pill was 5 kinds of 6th-grade fire seeds in the spiritual world. The fire seeds of the spiritual world were of the same origin as those of the mortal world, but they had been baptized by heavenly tribulation. In terms of grade, they were 2 grades higher than those of the mortal world. The 1st-grade fire seed in the spiritual world was at least equivalent to the 3rd-grade fire seed in the mortal world. The 6th-grade fire seed in the spiritual world, in terms of power alone, was already comparable to the power of the 8th-grade fire seed in the mortal world. Unfortunately, the highest level of the fire seed in the mortal world was the 7th grade, and there was no higher fire seed than the 7th grade. After Yang Chen's fire seed was upgraded by the white fire seed, in fact, it only reached the power of the lower grade fire seed in the spiritual world. From the beginning of the mortal world, Yang Chen had the habit of collecting fire seed. At this point, people who knew Yang Chen or had heard of Yang Chen were very clear. It was not surprising that Yang Chen only wanted fire seeds and did not want spirit stones. The scene of the 2 ancestors snatching the prolonging life pill that everyone expected did not happen. After the auctioneer announced the starting price, the 2 just looked at each other, and then one of them nodded heavily, and the other quoted the price of 8 kinds of fire seeds. Then there was an awkward silence, and then the auctioneer announced the deal as quickly as possible. The 2 ancestors took the 4th-grade prolonging life pill at a tacit price. When they left, Yang Chen also heard the 2 fairy immortal masters saying thank you in his ear. "Husband, how do the 2 ancestors divide the prolonging life pill?" Sun Qingxuan never worried about not having enough medicinal pills, so she discussed the final ownership of the prolonging life pill with Yang Chen. A medicinal pill was obviously not enough for the 2 of them. "Divide it equally," Yang Chen replied with a smile. At the auction house, he could see that the 2 fairy immortal masters had not completely reached the end of their lives, and at least had a few decades of lifespan. A prolonging life pill was divided into 2 parts, and everyone could basically increase their lifespan by hundreds of years. With these hundreds of years, it might be enough for them to find a way to improve their cultivation base and further extend their lifespan. Sometimes, desperate people just lacked a little bit of hope. With hope, there would be confidence, and with confidence there would be a great possibility for their cultivation base to improve. This prolonging life pill really gave the 2 fairy immortal masters this kind of hope. With hundreds of years of lifespan, there would be more time to complete some efforts that could not be completed in dozens of years, and success was almost inevitable. In this regard, the top management of the Blue Cloud sect did a good job. Yang Chen believed that the 2 fairy immortal masters did not come out of seclusion for no reason. It must have been a choice made by the sect's top management after analyzing the greatest effect that a medicinal pill could bring. Compared to giving an expert who could not possibly improve a few hundred years of lifespan, giving 2 experts with high hopes of improving at the same time was the greatest benefit that the medicinal pill could bring to the sect. It was just strange that the Blue Cloud sect did not come forward to talk to Yang Chen face to face. Could it be that they never thought of getting the prolonging life pill directly from Yang Chen? Yang Chen's doubts did not last long. When the Blue Cloud sect's people came to hand over the medicinal fire seeds to Yang Chen discovered that it was actually an acquaintance, the mortal world's Blue Cloud sect's sect Master Lu. "Grandmaster Yang, I trust you have been well." Sect Master Lu and Yang Chen had not seen each other for hundreds of years, and when they met, they greeted each other. After the greetings, Sect Master Lu first handed over the things, and then revealed the real intention. "Grandmaster Yang, this prolonging life pill, if my sect wants to continue to buy, what conditions do I need?" Sect Master Lu was familiar with Yang Chen's character, and knew that he was not a person who beat around the bush, and directly expressed it. "That's right." Yang Chen listened to Sect Master Lu's intention to buy, and his heart breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the big sect didn't need his own medicinal pill. Now, Yang Chen could only come up with one kind of prolonging life pill. Whether it was the questioning inner heart pill or the spirit congealing pill, there were masters in the spiritual world who could refine it. The real exclusive mastery of Yangchen was only the prolonging life pill. Chunyang Palace cannot be oppressed by any sect for 1,000 years, and develop quietly. Yangchen was equally direct, and unceremoniously said to sect Master Lu, "Every 50 years, this younger generation junior will come up with a 4 revolutions prolonging life pill as a reward. This condition, the 5 major sects are the same, how about it?" Deal. Sect Master Lu had already been authorized before coming. When she heard Yang Chen's conditions, she did not hesitate to agree directly. Chapter 1586. For the peaceful development of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen almost took out his family property. The Sunset Rock was the territory of Linyang River and Parting Hatred Sea, and Yang Chen paid the price of 10 prolonging life pills. Now, in order to fight for 1,000 years of development, each of the 5 major sects had to pay 24 turn prolonging life pills to Yang Chen as a protection fee. It couldn't be helped. The strength of the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world was still the first in Dao sect. Except for some restraint because of the involvement of the Taishanmen, it was still a first-class super sect. It was impossible to omit the Xiantian sect to pay the protection fee. Chunyang Palace was still too weak, and could not withstand too much wind and rain. With the care of the 5 major sect of Dao sects, at least on the surface, there would be no blind guys coming to make trouble. Chunyang Palace only needed to guard against some lone gangs or some bold guys, and the difficulty of development could be reduced by 90%. These protection fees must be paid. Several major sects could also guess Yang Chen's plan, so they all tacitly did not reach out to the prolonging life pills. Otherwise, with the reputation of the prolonging life pills, it was unknown how many people had come to attack Yang Chen. Based on this tacit understanding between the two sides, Chunyang Palace could get the territory for more than 10 years without any strong guys coming to make trouble. In this regard, Yang Chen had to be grateful, so he was willing to pay the protection fee. As for the prolonging life pill, it may be limited for others, but for Yang Chen, with the core of the demon continent, he could always take out one every 100 years. Chunyang Palace could not monopolize the prolonging life pills. If they were so stingy, the final result would only be being robbed by the masters. Relying on the Pure Yang Palace's current dozen or so Miao Rinxian, it was not enough for a few Earth Immortal Masters to make a move, unless the people of the Pure Yang Palace were willing to live the kind of precarious life of hiding. Even if he could escape, it would only be an expedient measure. A man's wealth was his own ruin. If he didn't take out such a powerful item, he would be courting death. Therefore, Yang Chen was very smart at the beginning. He first tested the medicine and then changed the site. He just wanted to send a message to all parties that Chunyang Palace would not monopolize everything. None of the 4 great sects could monopolize the benefits of the prolonging life pill. The principle was the same. You wouldn't get fat if you ate alone, especially if it wasn't something that belonged to you. If Yang Chen was from the Blue Cloud sect, there would be no problem. However, Yang Chen was not a member of the Blue Cloud sect, and Chunyang Palace was not a vassal sect of the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, the Blue Cloud sect was not justified in taking action. Therefore, Yang Chen could only consider the 4 great sects and share the benefit. Anyway, they already had a good cooperative relationship in the mortal world. Especially now that the situation of Chunyang Palace could not threaten any sect, it was a win-win situation for everyone to cooperate. The Xiantian sect had to be considered. As long as the Xiantian sect in the spiritual realm was still there, they could not avoid it no matter what. Therefore, Yang Chen mentioned the 5 great sects, including the Xiantian sect. As for how to collude with the Xiantian sect and how to solve the problem of killing Zhu Yixian, it was Yang Chen's own business. The others would not help Yang Chen. However, if the Xiantian sect wanted to kill Yang Chen, it was another matter. The four great sects would not allow the Xiantian sect to do so. Therefore, the final result must be that Yang Chun would pay a certain price, and everyone would take a step back and live in peace. When there were still prolonging life pills, no one in the Tao sects would openly attack Yang Chun. This was the ideal situation. The experience in the Blue Cloud sect was relatively smooth, and then Yang Chun rushed to the Green Jade Immortal Island. The Green Jade Immortal Island in the spiritual realm was also by the sea, but in addition to the archipelago in the sea, it also occupied a large territory by the sea. Shi Shanshan's life was much better than Sun Qingshue's. After the Lord Tantai and Elder Min ascended, they took good care of Shi Shanshan and spared no effort in supporting her. With the support of the island master in the mortal world, no one dared to have any opinions on Shi Shanshan. In addition, the power of Shi Shanshan's sword qi was too strong. Even the Earth Immortal Masters might not be able to take a full blow from Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan's status in the Green Jade Immortal Island was relatively aloof. In the spiritual realm, the status of Shi Shanshan seemed to be the opposite of that of Sun Qingshu. This was also good, at least the two women could taste another different kind of environment in the sect. For cultivation, this was the tempering of the state of mind. There were only advantages and no disadvantages. If they were in an environment for a long time, it would be a bit unsightly. It was estimated that it was based on this consideration that the big sect would condone the healthy competition between their disciples within the sect. Sun Qingshue's previous experience was not a case, and the treatment of Shi Shanshan was also natural. The Lord of Tantai and Elder Min in the mortal world did not take care of Shi Shanshan for a while, and she was pinched by Yang Chun. The lesson was very clear, and she would never do it again in the spiritual realm. The Green Jade Immortal Island's affairs were very smooth. There was no trouble in paying the protection fee, and participating in the auction was also very smooth. Of course, Yang Chun did not favor one over the other. In the Green Jade Immortal Island, he also took out a longevity pill to auction, and it was still in exchange for fire seed. After consolidating Shi Shanshan's spiritual awareness cultivation base, Yang Chun immediately turned to the Qiankuan sect and the Five Elements sect. With the previous cooperation between the two major sects, Yang Chun was in a mess in the Qiankuan sect and the Five Elements sect. Except for staying longer in the Five Elements sect because the Murong sisters were 5 people, Yang Chun basically treated everyone equally. Yang Chun participated in the auctions of the sect, auctioning longevity pills in exchange for fire seed. At the same time, Yang Chun did not forget his original purpose, to find the magic weapon that had always been used as a warm-up auction item. It was just that maybe the time had not come yet. Yang Chun had not found what he was looking for. Speaking of which, the last protection fee was only paid by the Profound Heaven sect. The news must have been passed from the 4 major sects to the ears of the Profound Heaven sect. Now it depended on the attitude of the Profound Heaven sect. Would they temporarily let go of the hatred of Yang Chun killing their own disciple, or would they desperately kill Yang Chun? When Yang Chun left the Five Elements sect, he left with the shock and reluctance of the Murong sisters. The Murong sisters didn't know how big the problem was with Yang Chun's spiritual awareness. They only knew that their sister's spiritual awareness cultivation base was directly raised by Yang Chun to the 8th grade of the Earth Immortal Realm. This realm of spiritual awareness, even their master had not reached it. This had extraordinary significance for them to quickly establish a foothold in the sect and achieve further development. Everyone understood the importance of spiritual awareness. Such a strong spiritual awareness could allow them to get far faster cultivation than other disciples. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base really scared the Murong sisters this time, and it also made them thoroughly understand that their husband could become a 5th-grade alchemist not only because of his talent, but also because of his strong spiritual awareness cultivation base. Chapter 1587. It had to be said that the appearance of the prolonging life pill was too timely. It had appeared just before Yang Chen ascended, and it was monopolized by Yang Chen alone. In the spiritual realm, no matter which big sect it was, there would always be old monsters who were at the end of their lifespans but still couldn't break through. These people had very high seniority and their cultivation levels were not low either. They had great influence in the sect. As long as these people existed, there would be a market for Yang Chen, and there would be people who would put in a good word for Yang Chen. The dead disciples are already dead, but the living must continue to live. Within the mysterious heaven sect, the higher-ups had discussed the prolonging life pill. Someone directly expressed his opinion. It's just 1,000 years, so let's let him live for 1,000 more years. Within 1,000 years, we can find a way to get all the prolonging life pills in his hands. Once that time is up, won't we have the final say in killing him? The decision-makers were still hesitant, but in the end, they changed their original intentions because of one sentence and collectively agreed to this suggestion. We might be able to guarantee that we won't die a violent death. The sentence that made everyone change their minds was this: but who can guarantee that we won't die of old age? It was this sentence that made the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect in the spiritual realm make a decision. When it came to one's own future, one's path was already determined. Whether it was among mortals or cultivators, the result was the same. The mysterious heaven sect didn't make a clear statement, so Yang Chen wouldn't foolishly charge into the mysterious heaven sect and seek death with the reputation of killing their disciple. Thus, after leaving the Five Elements sect, Yang Chen began to wander around several famous markets and participate in various auctions in an attempt to find the magic treasure that hid a big secret. However, it seemed that the resolution of the profound heaven sect's high level had not been fully conveyed to the ears of all the disciples. There were several disciples of the profound heaven sect who had a good relationship with Zhu Yixian, who blocked Yang Chen in a certain market. To be exact, they weren't at the market but on the way to the market. Not far from the market square, there would be a large-scale auction in 3 days. Yang Chen's goal was to participate in the auction to try his luck. 4 Earth Immortal experts stopped Yang Chen. They had been keeping an eye on Yang Chen for some time and discovered that Yang Chen had a habit of attending auctions regularly. So they set up an ambush and waited for Yang Chen. Yang Chen acted as though he did not notice them as he plunged into the encirclement of the 4 earthly immortals. Hand over your life. The mysterious heaven sect disciple facing Yang Chen was an elder of Zhu Yixian's teacher's faction in the enforcement hall. When he saw Yang Chen's figure, his eyes widened and he let out a roar as his life-flying sword chopped down. Evil creature, how dare you! Surrender now! To everyone's surprise, Yang Chen shouted something confusing at this moment. Then, without caring about the other party's reaction, he turned around and fled. Except for that inexplicable sentence, Yang Chen's reaction seemed to be normal. A human immortal junior was surrounded by 4 Earth Immortal experts. Did he want to fight with his life on the line instead of escaping? As long as he was not a fool, he would not do such a stupid thing. Unfortunately, the 4 of them were already prepared. They had been waiting here to plot against Yang Chen for a long time, so they were fully prepared. An Earth Immortal expert on the side waved his hand and an array disc appeared in his hand. His spiritual power was instantly stimulated, and a magic array with a radius of at least 100 miles on the ground was immediately activated. Boom! A torrential spiritual power instantly rushed up Yang Chen's body, and then the magic array instantly turned into a binding magic array. No matter how Yang Chen drove the flying shuttle, the shuttle seemed to have fallen into a thick transparent liquid and moved abnormally slowly. Yang Chen made a prompt decision and immediately kept the flying shuttle, then he wanted to escape by burrowing into the ground. Unexpectedly, this magic array had already bound this space. His burrowing technique, which had worked hundreds of times in the past, actually failed at this moment. The speed of the 4 Earth Immortal experts was not affected by the magic array at all, but they did not chase too closely. Instead, they slowly surrounded Yang Chen from 4 directions. This time, the 4 of them were determined to kill Yang Chen and avenge Zhu Yixian. Of course, the things in Yang Chen's Qinquan bag were naturally the spoils of the 4 of them. No one would provoke Yang Chen, who was protected by the 4 major sect for no reason, but the 4 of them used the name of avenging Zhu Yixian, so others could not say anything. Even if the people of the 4 major sect were in front of them, they could not say that it was wrong for them to avenge their companion. This was the only reason that could be used to deal with Yang Chen. Yang Chen simply stood where he was and no longer ran away. He quietly stared at the 4 guys who were slowly approaching. Finally, he shook his head and said something that made the 4 confused again. "It's not you guys." The 4 of them listened to Yang Chen's words and were like a monk scratching his head. They did not know what Yang Chen meant. But this was a small matter. Yang Chen might be scared by the pressure of life and death that he was talking nonsense, so it was not a concern. One of them even had the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse and asked jokingly, "Yang Chen, didn't you claim to say every injustice has a perpetrator and every debt has a debtor before killing? Why are you mute now?" "Every injustice has a perpetrator, and every debt has a debtor." Yang Chen stared at the person who spoke and suddenly said with a cold smile, "If someone wants to die, then don't blame me for killing." As he said this, he waved his hand and a cloud of black smoke suddenly exploded, completely covering Yang Chen's figure in the smoke, and no trace of him could be seen. "A cornered beast is still fighting, kill." The Earth Immortal expert at the front snorted coldly. His natal flying sword had already cut through the smoke and slashed towards the position where Yang Chen was just a moment ago. The other 3 did not hesitate either. They had cooperated for many years and acted almost at the same time. Their natal magic weapons were instantly launched and sealed several directions in front and behind where Yang Chen was. No matter which direction Yang Chen fled to, he could not escape from their coordinated attack. However, what was surprising was that Yang Chen's figure seemed to have disappeared in the black smoke in an instant. Even with the cultivation of their divine sense, they could not locate Yang Chen's position. However, this was not the point. Yang Chen was not a person who would wait for death without a fight. As long as they could be sure that Yang Chen could not escape from this binding formation, it would be fine. The more trouble Yang Chen was making now, the more excited he was, the more it was just a deathbed struggle. Swoosh, a large net appeared out of thin air, from the outside to the inside, covering the area that was shrouded in the smoke. This was an immortal trapping net that was refined by a peak Earth Immortal expert. Even if Yang Chen had great ability, he could not escape. The 4 complacent experts did not notice that not only could they not detect Yang Chen's whereabouts, but even their magic weapons seemed to have a trace of abnormality. Chapter 1588. Hiss hiss hiss, a creepy sound sounded in the black smoke, and then everyone noticed that their own life source magic weapons seemed to have an indescribable sense of jerkiness. That feeling was as if their own magic weapons were melting. What was going on? Everyone was shocked, and they all recalled their life source magic weapons. When they could clearly see their magic treasures, the 4 of them sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. In a short period of time, there was a thick layer of black gas on top of the 4 of them's life source magic weapons. They didn't know what was attached, but their minds were connected to their life source magic weapons, and they could feel that this black gas was corroding their life source magic weapons. The time was very short, so the effect of corrosion was not very obvious, but it still shocked the 4 of them. What kind of vicious smoke could even corrode magic weapons like this? It must be known that their life source magic weapons had been re-refined by a master of refining in the spiritual world, and they had sacrificially refined their magic weapons for thousands of years or even longer. How could it be corroded by a junior who had just ascended for less than 10 years? Could there be such a powerful poisonous or corrosive magic weapon in the mortal world? How was this possible? Was it an amulet given to Yang Chen by the people of the four major sects? But such a violent corrosion, at first glance, it was not a righteous path, but a heretical path. Could it be that this Yang Chen also colluded with the demon sects? In any case, Yang Chen would die today. Even if there was any poison protecting his body, it would be useless. At worst, they would lose a few more magic weapons. As long as Yang Chen could not escape this binding array, as long as Yang Chen died, the medicinal pills on him would be enough to compensate for the loss of a few magic weapons. Thinking of this, none of the four people flinched. They just recalled their life source magic weapons and began to use other magic weapons to attack. The master controlling the array disc had already discovered through the array disc that Yang Chen was still standing in the same place without moving, but there was a layer of black smoke protecting him. Everyone could not see it with their naked eyes, and their spiritual awareness could not detect it. It seemed that the binding array disc had played its greatest role. Today, Yang Chen would not be able to escape even if he had wings. This was simple. He just had to smash the place with his magic treasure. The sound of something tearing through the air at high speed rang out. Everyone was on high alert, and they immediately discovered some clues. A jade bottle cut through the black fog and smashed towards the expert controlling the formation plate. Above the bottle, there was neither spiritual power nor any other vision. It was as if it was thrown casually. Everyone could clearly see that this purified bottle was the one that Yang Chen had been playing with in his hand. Perhaps he was anxious and threw it out to distract everyone? In the face of the purified bottle, the earthly immortal controlling the array disc casually used his natal magic treasure to block it. For Yang Chen to hold it in his hand all the time, even if it was not an earth-shattering magic treasure, it was at least a piece of good jade. This time, he went forward, not to split open the purified bottle, but to collect the purified bottle first. It was a little interest for his hard work for so long. Ding! The magic treasure and the purified bottle collided, emitting an incomparably crisp sound. Along with the sound of the collision, there was a surprised voice of the expert. He had no idea that his natal magic treasure did not stop the purified bottle, but was knocked away by the purified bottle, and the purified bottle was still smashing towards him. Careless! The expert's heart trembled. He still looked down on this junior. His own natal magic treasure actually did not stop the purified bottle. However, this was not a big deal. It was just a small purified bottle. Could it be that there was any great harm? Thinking of this, the expert directly reached out his hand and was about to catch the purified bottle in his hand. This time, he did not dare to be as careless as before and used all his strength. As long as the purified bottle touched his hand, it would definitely be caught, and there would be no other possibility. Bang! The expert's hand grabbed the purified bottle, making a slight sound. The expert, who thought that he had succeeded in his trick, suddenly felt a strong and unparalleled force coming from his hand. His hand could not hold the purified bottle anymore, and the purified bottle smashed heavily on his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking directly reached the ears of the three people around him. Then they saw a heart-wrenching scene. The expert, who was controlling the array disc, did not catch the purified bottle, and was smashed on his chest by the purified bottle. His whole body seemed to be hit by a giant hammer, and suddenly, he was sent flying by the purified bottle. While he was still in the air, there was a series of sounds of bones breaking, and then he fell heavily from the air to the ground. Unfortunately, when the purified bottle fell to the ground, it happened to press on the expert's chest. Then, that companion didn't even have time to scream before his entire upper body was turned into a flat meat patty. How was this possible? What kind of violent power could crush an immortal expert into a meat patty? The other three people thought that their cultivation was comparable to their companion, but even if the three of them attacked together, they would not be able to make their companion so miserable. That small purified bottle actually had such a terrifying power? While they were in shock, The attention of the three people had been completely attracted to the tragic death of their companion. No one noticed that a blood-red rattan had appeared silently under the feet of another expert. The rattan suddenly burst out, like a poisonous snake choosing a person to devour, and directly rolled the expert into a ball. The speed was so fast that the expert did not have time to avoid it. In fact, he had already made a dodging movement. Unfortunately, his mouth and nose suddenly smelled a sweet smell. He wanted to quickly leave, but he found that his body seemed to no longer listen to his command. He could only watch helplessly as the vines wrapped around him. On the rattan, countless sharp thorns instantly pierced into the body of the expert. The blood of the earth immortal expert at this moment seemed to be sucked by countless vampires, and in the blink of an eye, his blood vessels were empty. Then, the blood-red rattan that had absorbed the blood of the earth immortal seemed to have suddenly taken a stimulant. The top of the rattan suddenly burst into a big blood-red flower. The petals were like a giant mouth, swallowing the expert. Blood demon rattan. The experts of the Xiantian sect were all experienced and knowledgeable people. How could they not recognize such an obvious feature of the blood-red rattan? Suddenly they were shocked. A blood demon rattan, which had swallowed the blood essence of the earth immortal and was close to maturity, could be understood without thinking. Run! At this time, they could no longer care about killing Yang Chen. They all shouted at each other, turned around and ran away. Anyway, with the blood demon rattan, not to mention the human immortal Yang Chen, even if they were at the earth immortal level, if they were a little slower, there would be no survivors here. If they didn't escape now, when would they? Chapter 1589. Unfortunately, it was a little too late to escape at this time. When Yang Chen smashed the master who controlled the formation plate, he could already rely on his abnormal spiritual awareness and his knowledge of formations, which was far more advanced than that of the spiritual world, to secretly modify this binding formation. If there was still someone controlling the formation plate, this process would not be so easy, but now no one had the time to do this, which naturally benefited Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not modify much, just reversed the role of the formation. Originally, it was only to bind Yang Chen and would not target the 4 people with the 4 jade tokens, but now it released Yang Chen and changed to target the masters with the jade tokens. The 2 Earth Immortal Masters, who were planning to escape frantically, suddenly found that their bodies began to show signs of being out of control. The original high speed of flying on the sword suddenly became like an old bull. The 2 people, who had just seen Yang Chen perform this scene not long ago, naturally knew what was going on. The binding formation actually backfired. The 2 of them did not believe that Yang Chen could modify the formation in the formation. They just simply thought that the fierce collision of Yang Chen's purified bottle just happened to make some changes in the formation plate, so such a strange change occurred. Strictly speaking, it was just a coincidence. But this coincidental change, at this time, was simply killing them. 2 of their companions had been killed, but they were trapped in the binding formation arranged by their companions. They watched the blood-red rattan slowly crawling like a poisonous snake, and crawling towards them. Now the 2 of them really experienced the despair of having no way to go to heaven and no door to the earth. When they used this binding formation to deal with the enemy before, it was simply handy, but when the feeling really came to them, they found it uncomfortable. There was a saying that do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself, but now they had no chance to regret it. After a while, the 2 finally found the source of the blood demon vine. To the surprise of the 2, the blood-red rattan turned out to be from the purified bottle. Near the mouth of the purified bottle, in the blood-red rattan, there was also a trace of green. Was this the blood demon vine? At this juncture, there was no more energy to distinguish whether it was the blood demon vine or something else. The huge flower at the top of the blood-colored demon vine was not lying. The companion inside was silent. The 2 could only hear a strange gurgling sound like drinking water, but the flower began to slowly deflate. Such a weird situation was by no means a good thing. Both of them were frightened at the moment, using both hands and feet, and using the posture of crawling. The terrifying huge flower was now slowly opening its petals not far from them. It was a proper scene of an ancient beast opening its mouth to devour delicious food. What was even more terrifying was that Yang Chen's figure had slowly emerged from the black mist. His feet were not far from the blood demon vine, and even when he walked forward, he accidentally stepped on the leaves of the blood demon vine. However, the fierce blood demon vine did not seem to feel the existence of Yang Chen at all. It just rushed the blood-colored flowers to the two people. It seemed that the next moment, it would open its mouth to choose people to eat. Go to hell! The horrified expressions of the two people lasted for a long time, and they waited until Yang Chen was almost 3 feet away from them before they stopped. Almost at the same time, the two people's bodies exploded and flew over to Yang Chen. The two life source magic weapons had also shown their sharp claws. Before, Yang Chen was hiding in the black mist, and they couldn't see his figure, and their spiritual awareness couldn't detect him. There would be mistakes in their attacks, and the black mist was strange and could corrode magic weapons. Now that Yang Chen had taken the initiative to show his figure, then don't blame the two of them for being ruthless. To be honest, they had been unhindered in the spiritual world for so many years. Although they relied on the name of the mysterious Heaven Sect, they had also experienced a few real killings. They would never panic because of the terrifying changes of the blood demon vine. Everything was to lure the snake out of the hole, to let Yang Chen see the vulnerable side of the two of them, and then take the initiative to show his figure. Sure enough, the experience of a mere human immortal junior was still not rich enough. He was so easily fooled and stood less than 3 feet away from the two of them. In the laughter of the two people, the two life source flying swords had already cut Yang Chen's body. One stood at the neck and the other stabbed straight into the heart. As long as Yang Chen died, everything could be saved. In a flash, the blood demon vine's big blood-colored flower suddenly rushed towards an expert and swallowed the earth immortal expert. The poison on the blood demon vine instantly subdued the earth immortal expert, paralyzing his whole body, and he could only watch himself being swallowed by the blood-colored flower. When the blood-red petals were about to close the last one, the expert who was about to be swallowed saw a shadow of a golden bell suddenly appear beside Yang Chen, and 4 dragon shadows flew up and down. The 2 flying swords of himself and his companion hit the shadow of the bell directly, making 2 dull bell sounds. Buzz, buzz, in the shock of the bell sound, the expert who had been swallowed by the blood demon vine finally lost his last trace of himself and was completely swallowed by the blood demon vine. The flower tightly wrapped around his body, and once again began to let out that kind of gurgling sound of swallowing. Only the guy who was facing Yang Chen at the beginning was left. Now he looked at himself and his companion as if he had seen a ghost. His life source flying sword was blocked by the golden bell shadow on Yang Chen's body, and not even a hair was hurt. The attack just now was almost the biggest attack he could break out under the binding formation, but it was easily blocked. After seeing this scene, the last bit of luck disappeared, and he no longer had the spirit to fight desperately. As soon as the man's momentum was lost, he no longer had any spirit, and his whole person was dispirited. At this time, the blood demon vine took the opportunity to wrap around his body, and the sharp thorns on the vine instantly pierced his body, but they did not immediately suck up all the blood in his body. Instead, like a python, they firmly bound him and dragged him in front of Yang Chen. I am very interested in the Xiantian gate. Yang Chen lowered his head, looked at the Earth Immortal expert who had been completely controlled, and said with a smile, "If you can satisfy my curiosity, maybe I don't have to say every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor." The Earth Immortal expert, who had been completely controlled by the blood demon vine and no longer had the ability to resist, relaxed after hearing this. As long as Yang Chen still wanted to know something from his mouth, he would be safe for the time being. However, before he could think about how to deal with Yang Chen's inquiry, Yang Chen suddenly penetrated his sea of consciousness. Look at me. Chapter 1590. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, it was not enough to be like the great principal golden immortal. He could dig out a part of his memory from a seed of spiritual awareness. After entering the sea of consciousness, he could dig out a complete memory. However, it was not too difficult to hypnotize a guy who was scared to death and had just escaped from death. In the face of Yang Chen's questions, this guy answered almost every question. Yang Chen wanted to know a lot of things, but the other party was an Earth Immortal Master. In terms of real spiritual sense cultivation, he was only one realm lower than Yang Chen. The hypnosis time would not be too long, so he could only pick the most important questions to ask first. Have you seen such a magic weapon at the auction? The first thing Yang Chen asked was the ancient zither he had been searching for. The characteristics of this zither were very distinct. At first glance, he could tell that it was a high-grade product. There should be a lot of people paying attention to it. Then Yang Chen described the characteristics of the ancient zither. Yang Chen had already asked many people in the 4 great sects and several markets, but there was no news at all. Yang Chen wondered if the zither had not been born yet. After listening to Yang Chen's description, the Earth Immortal Master's face showed a trace of reminiscence. After a while, he said, I have seen a similar zither, but I don't know if you are the one who said it. As soon as the other party spoke, Yang Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect to find a clue from this guy after searching for such a long time. He immediately asked for more details. Speaking of which, it was no wonder that Yang Chen could not find it. This ancient zither actually appeared in the mysterious Heaven Sect's auction house a few decades ago. The maker of the ancient zither could not be found, but the tone was very good and the materials used to make it were exquisite. At first glance, it was a high-quality ancient zither. There was no way to find out where the ancient zither came from. At the auction, someone bought the zither on the spot and said that he wanted to give it to someone. Who do you want to give it to? Who has the zither now? Yang Chen immediately asked. It was not easy to get a clue, so of course, he had to ask in detail. The zither was bought by our martial Uncle Liu. Apparently, he wants to give it to Granny Tianqin in exchange for her playing a song. Speaking of Granny Tianqin, the Earth Immortal expert also revealed a fascinated expression. She should be in Granny Tianqin's hands by now. Even when hypnotized, the earthly immortal experts yearned for Granny Tianqin from the bottom of their hearts. One could imagine just how famous Granny Tianqin was. It was no wonder. Granny Tianqin was known as a zither master. In the spiritual realm, she was almost the most brilliant zither master. It was unknown how many people were willing to go bankrupt just to listen to a wonderful song. Of course, listening to Granny Tianqin's song wasn't without any benefit. Granny Tianqin was proficient in 3 songs: Tranquil Music, Path of Slaughter, and Cultivation Song. Amongst these 3 tunes, the Tranquil tune was capable of allowing one to comprehend the heavens and the earth in a tranquil state. The Tao of Slaughter was capable of causing one to be filled with lofty sentiments and killed decisively, and as for the Cultivation tune, it was capable of healing the hidden injuries within a cultivator's body, causing it to possess boundless miraculous effects. As long as one could calm down and listen to a song, if it wasn't a breakthrough in one's mental state, it could strengthen one's body, heal hidden injuries, or increase one's spirit force and divine sense. Just this alone was enough for countless people to chase after her. Granny Tianqin's zither skills were so high that others couldn't even compare. Even if there were other zither masters who listened to Granny Tianqin's music, they wouldn't be able to imitate it no matter how hard they tried, let alone achieve the same effect. It was impossible for ordinary people to easily see Granny Tianqin. Aside from being interested in zither and music scores, Granny Tianqin had an eccentric personality. It was rare to see her, let alone listen to a song. Presumably, the mysterious heaven sex Marshal Uncle Lu bought this zither in hopes of moving Granny Tianqin and getting what he wanted. If this was really the case, Yang Chen was a bit surprised. If his memories from his previous life were correct, this zither had been lost. It was likely that Granny Tianqin hadn't been interested in it or had misjudged it. She hadn't discovered the secret behind it, so it ended up in the hands of Yang Chen's friend. In Yang Chen's memories from his previous life, Granny Tianqin was a very powerful person. However, at that time, she wasn't called Granny Tianqin, but Fairy Tianqin. People said that Granny Tianqin was ugly, so she always wore a black veil in the spirit realm. She never showed her true face to others, and only 2 very close friends had seen her true face. However, Yang Chen knew that it was when she was in the spiritual world. After arriving in the immortal world, the heavenly zither fairy had another fortuitous encounter and was able to restore her beauty. Since then, she had thrown away the title of grandma and was known as the heavenly zither fairy. She was a fairy who became famous even earlier than Han Mei and Shui Wu. Fairy Tianqin's celestial face also appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Even though Yang Chen was used to seeing his wives and concubines, he still felt a sense of amazement. What is Fairy Tianqin's cultivation level like? Yang Chen didn't remember what Fairy Tianqin's cultivation level was. He hadn't interacted with her in his previous life and had only listened to her celestial music from afar. It wasn't even the 3 famous songs, so it was normal for him to not know Fairy Tianqin's current cultivation level. The Earth Immortal expert was still hypnotized and didn't refuse at all. It is said that she is at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Since he had a clue, Yang Chen was no longer in a hurry and would slowly explore. Next, Yang Chen began to ask some questions about the mysterious heaven sect. Even if Yang Chen had 10,000 years of memories from his previous life, it was impossible for him to know the secrets of the mysterious heaven sect. The hypnotized Earth Immortal expert answered a lot of questions, including the fact that Yang Lan and Yang Lan were being punished by the mysterious heaven sect's law enforcement hall. Hearing that the 2 of them were suffering, Yang Chen wasn't surprised at all. He just continued to ask a few other questions. After less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the Earth Immortal expert clearly reacted. He woke up from Yang Chen's hypnosis and began to struggle. He had revealed the sect's secret. Even if Yang Chen let him go, he would lose a layer of skin if he didn't die when he returned. If he was captured by a Heaven Immortal expert and revealed the secret, then it would be excusable. The sect probably wouldn't pursue it too much. If one's skills weren't as good as others, then it was normal for them to be trampled on. But now they were 4 Earth Immortal experts. They were killed by Yang Chen, a Heaven Immortal who had just ascended more than 10 years ago. The sect would never tolerate this. Boy, kill me if you dare. My mysterious heaven sect will not let you go. After realizing his situation, the Earth Immortal expert began to curse. As you wish. Yang Chen gently snapped his fingers, and the spikes of the blood phantom vine began to suck the blood crazily. In the blink of an eye, the Earth Immortal expert turned into a pale and dry corpse that was swallowed by the blood-colored flower. Chapter 1591. The 4 Earth Immortal Masters of the Profound Heaven sect wanted to deal with Yang Chen on the road, but they were solved by Yang Chen alone. In this battle, Yang Chen used the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden, the Golden Bell, the Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Flying Sword, and a Bai's body. When the Qi Men sect was destroyed, a Zhu's body absorbed the blood of the Earth Immortal. However, that was the blood of the corpses, which was far less nutritious than the blood of the living Earth Immortal Masters. After absorbing enough blood of the Earth Immortal, the blood phantom vine was finally close to great success and a blood-colored flower bloomed. From then on, the blood phantom vine was not only a blood-sucking demon vine, but it could even devour corpses. Bai's strength improved again, which made Bai overjoyed. She had just refined the Dragon Clan gourd, and she immediately encountered such a good thing. However, the weight of the pure bottle medicine garden did come in handy. The binding formation arranged by the other party at the beginning did limit Yang Chen's actions. Fortunately, the pure bottle smashed the guy who controlled the formation plate, so Yang Chen could easily turn the tables. Yang Chen of the Profound Heavens sect would definitely not take the initiative to come to the door. If the Profound Heavens sect was interested, they would definitely take the initiative to contact Yang Chen, and it would not be too late to reach the conditions at that time. In Yang Chen's plan, the Profound Heavens sect in the spiritual world was a huge help, which could make the Chunyang Palace develop rapidly. Of course, it was not the time yet. He still had to wait for the people of the Profound Heavens sect to come to the door. Even if the guy who came to the door had an arrogant attitude, Yang Chen didn't mind killing him first. As for Yang Chen himself, he could consider whether he could visit Granny Tianqin during this time. Speaking of which, it was estimated that no one in the spiritual world knew more about Granny Tianqin than Yang Chen. She was the daughter of a great figure in the heavenly court in the immortal world. In order to protect her, she deliberately made her appearance into an ugly old woman, so she got the title of Granny. Coincidentally, Yang Chen knew how to restore her appearance. However, Granny Tianqin was not an easy person to get close to. The reason why she was called Tianqin was because her father in the immortal world had prepared a transcendent-grade magic treasure, Tianfengqin, for her a long time ago. Its power was incomparable, and its sound technique was superb in killing people. Although Yang Chen had the golden bell to protect him, it was useless in front of this invisible and colorless killing sound wave. Countless people had coveted the heavenly phoenix zither, but no one had ever succeeded. Granny Tianqin's reputation for being heartless was not because she had rejected many people, but because she had killed many people. Generally, people without a bit of confidence would not easily approach this unsociable old woman. Yang Chen understood Celestial Zither's current situation. She was originally a beautiful woman who would embarrass the flowers and obstruct the moon, but now she had turned into an ugly old woman. Anyone would feel depressed. Being in this state of mind for a long time and having to endure people's gazes and criticism, Celestial Zither already had a lot of self-control. Speaking of the descendant of a great figure in the heavenly court, besides Celestial Zither, there should be another one in the spiritual realm. He was also the legitimate son of a great figure in the heavenly court. Before the turmoil in the heavenly court, he was forcibly sent to the spiritual realm at a great price, in order to escape the coup. If he failed at that time, he would have left behind a descendant for that great figure. Unfortunately, the only consequence of being forcefully sent to the lower realm was paying a huge price. However, his consciousness was not completely sent down. He could only become an idiot in the spirit realm, mingling with the natives and living a muddle-headed life. He had no concept of cultivation at all. This was also something from the memory of Yang Chen's previous life. After coming into contact with various news in the spiritual realm, it was slowly dug out from the depths of his memory. Yang Chen remembered very clearly that until the moment he died, the son of that great figure was not able to ascend. Either he died in the spiritual realm, or he had never been able to ascend. Now that Yang Chen remembered this memory, of course, he couldn't let it go easily. Naturally, he had to find that foolish young master. If possible, Yang Chen could even guide him to cultivate and then ascend to the immortal realm. As long as he could return to the immortal realm, his sanity would be restored and he would become a normal person. At that time, wouldn't it be a great favor to Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace? In a short period of time, Yang Chen decided a lot of things. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Chen continued to go to the market. Since he had already come here, it wouldn't take him more than 3 to 5 days to see what was at the auction in the market. The destination was not far. With Yang Chen's speed, he arrived at the place in less than 2 hours. This was a huge cultivator city. It did not belong to any big sect, but a spontaneous trading market. It even provided a place for some rogue cultivators to stay. It was not a rogue cultivator alliance, but it was also a sizable city. The city was not inferior to any big sect, but it was jointly managed by several big businesses. These businesses were large and prosperous. They had a deep background and strong strength. They were not afraid of anyone making trouble when they joined forces. As long as they entered the city, no matter how much hatred there was outside, they couldn't fight. It was similar to the gathering point on the Demon Continent back then. There were many well-behaved businessmen in the city, whether it was a large business or a small business. Even the cultivators of each process had a special place to set up a small stall. Yang Chen's goal was the auction, so after asking the way, he went straight to the auction house. There were still 2 days before the auction, and Yang Chen had to get a qualification to enter. The auction house was run by a big business, Jufu Lu, and its name was Jufu Auction House. This auction was the largest one in half a year. If you wanted to participate in the auction, you must have enough wealth or enough valuable auction items. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to enter the door. The spirit stones in the spiritual world were different from those in the mortal world. The spirit stones formed under the situation of 100 times spiritual pressure contained more spiritual power than the spirit stones in the mortal world. The spirit stones that Yang Chen originally had in the mortal world had already been left in the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world, but he didn't have many spirit stones on him. There was still some stock in the Qiankuan bag of the 4 guys who had just been killed not long ago, but it couldn't meet the requirements of the auction. 4 poor ghosts. Yang Chen muttered in his heart and turned in another direction. That was the place where the auction was entrusted. Every auction house had a similar place for receiving guests. "Sir, please come in." The assistants of the auction house were a group of clever natives. They had the cultivation of the Yuanying stage, and their eyesight and attitude were very good. Seeing Yang Chen coming over, one of the assistants helped Yang Chen lift the curtain and invited him in. After serving tea, he bowed and asked, "What item are you going to sell?" Chapter 1592. The standard of this auction was very high, and the value of the auction items was not low, so if one did not have a considerable wealth, he really could not enter the door of the auction house. Generally speaking, those who participated in this level of auction were at least at the Earth Immortal level. Ordinary human Immortal juniors were still in the process of accumulating wealth and were not qualified to enter at all. Of course, some guys with superior backgrounds were exceptions. However, those people would also go out with a group of people, so they would not be alone. Not to mention other things, there were people who had to consider the safety of letting a human Immortal junior go out alone. There were very few human Immortal cultivators like Yang Chen who came alone. Fortunately, the staff of Blessing Gathering House were well trained. No one would look at people with that kind of contemptuous eyes, and they were very attentive. Yang Chen had a lot of things that could be exchanged for the qualification to enter the auction house. Not to mention treasures such as Prolongation Pill and Perching Divine Jade, it was estimated that a few 10,000 years old elixirs from the 2nd floor of the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden would meet the requirements. When going out, Yang Chen did not want to be too high profile, as long as things were done. "I was lucky to get 2 10,000 years old ginsengs, and I want to entrust you to take care of them." Yang Chen took out 2 10,000 years old ginsengs from the medicine garden and placed them on the table in the reception room. It was said to be 10,000 years old, but in fact, after Yang Chen carried it with him for so many years, and after the integration of the dragon gourd in the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden, these 2 ginsengs, the worst in the 2nd floor of the medicine garden, were also 15 or 16,000 years old. After taking it out, the head, body, hands and feet were complete, and the ginseng whiskers were complete. It was definitely a fresh top-grade product. "I'm going to ask the appraiser." For this kind of thing, the staff did not dare to make decisions on their own, and hurriedly went to ask the appraiser. Every auction house had such an appraiser, who always had to ensure that the things received by their auction house would not be fake. After a while, a human immortal cultivator wearing a shopkeeper's costume entered the reception room. Like the staff, he also had a smile on his face and seemed to have a good attitude. When it came to the appraiser, he became a real cultivator, and some magic treasures had to be appraised by the cultivator. Good stuff. Upon seeing the 2 intact ginsengs, the appraiser nodded his head profusely. The ginsengs are intact and of excellent quality. They are at least 15,000 years old. Good stuff. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the ginseng to Yang Chen. After seeing the purified bottle in Yang Chen's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. I wonder if these 2 ginsengs are enough for me to participate in the auction in 3 days? Yang Chen's goal was very clear. He just wanted to get the qualification to participate in the auction. It didn't matter if he was in the VIP box or not, as long as he achieved his goal. So you want to participate in the auction in 3 days? The appraiser immediately understood Yang Chen's meaning. He turned his head back to the ginseng and stared at it a few more times. Maintaining his professional smile, he shook his head and said, "However, this humble shop has been preparing for this auction for half a year. These 2 ginseng cannot be put up for auction in 3 days. We can only put them up for auction today or in an ordinary auction 3 days later. Esteemed guest, what do you think?" It seemed like this was a big deal. Even 2 complete ginsengs of 15,000 years were not qualified to be put up for auction. Yang Chen couldn't help but be interested. It was better to come at the right time than to come early. Who knows, he might be able to find something good in the auction. Then, what kind of items do you think can be put up for auction? The appraiser's reply was very straightforward. Yang Chen also asked very straightforwardly. In any case, the appraiser understood his request and only wanted to participate in the auction. Esteemed guest, please forgive me. This auction must be at least a 3rd-grade magic treasure or a 5th revolution pill. The appraiser didn't beat around the bush and directly answered. Seeing that Yang Chen was still hesitating, the appraiser couldn't help but remind him. For example, the item in your hand is quite good. The reason why Yang Chen hesitated was because there were too many items and he didn't know which one to choose. However, the appraiser misunderstood him and couldn't help but laugh. You have good eyesight. Of course, the herb garden with a pure bottle was a good item. It had 2 artifact spirits that had passed their tribulation, and it had fused with the gourd of the dragon race. It could hold any kind of liquid, and any of its characteristics would make people fight over it. The appraiser seemed to be only at the peak stage of human immortal realm, but his eyesight was first class. Just from its appearance, he could tell that the herb garden was extraordinary. Unfortunately, this is my beloved item and I can't take it out. Another jade bottle appeared in Yang Chen's hand. He gently placed it on the table and pushed it towards the appraiser while asking, "Then, appraiser, can you take a look at this bottle of pills?" 5th revolution pill. The appraiser reluctantly retracted his gaze from the bottle in Yang Chen's hand. He picked up the jade bottle and opened its cap. Immediately, he saw 3 pills inside. The 5 obvious dragon patterns on each pill reminded him that these were all 5th revolution pills. When he took a closer look, the appraiser couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and exclaimed, "5th revolution questioning inner heart pill?" The appraiser couldn't help but be surprised. The questioning inner heart pill was originally a medicinal pill of the spiritual world. It was refined by Yang Chen in the mortal world in advance. Don't look at the endless number of 6th and 7th grade alchemists in the spiritual world, but there were only a handful of people who could refine 6th or 7th revolution pills. Except for those who really wanted to reach the peak of alchemy, they would carry out more difficult refining. Under normal circumstances, they would choose to refine with 3 or 4 revolutions. This was especially true for the questioning inner heart pill. For ordinary human immortal rookies, it was enough to use 1 or 2 revolutions questioning inner heart pill. Only when one reached the level of Earth immortal would someone use 3 revolutions questioning inner heart pill. For the higher heaven immortals, the best was only 4 revolutions questioning inner heart pill. Only those real alchemy masters would prepare 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill for themselves and their close friend. Originally, the difficulty of refining the questioning inner heart pill was high. Not all 6th grade alchemists could successfully carry out 5 revolutions refining. Just like when Yang Chen was in the mortal world, as long as any kind of medicinal pill could be refined by 5 revolutions, he would be a 5th grade alchemist master. Many 6th grade alchemists could refine the simplest qi nourishing pill and peiyuan pill. Those who could refine 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill, even in the spiritual world, could be counted on one hand. This was not counting the 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill that Yang Chen took out. All the pill patterns were clear dragon patterns, which were obviously better than the ordinary kind of pill patterns without anything. After all, it was a medicinal pill refined from the profound spirit furnace. With the addition of the dragon spirit refining, it was said to be a 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill, but the real medicinal effect was already comparable to a 6 revolutions pill. The appraiser was a real person who knew the goods, otherwise he would not become the appraiser of the blessing gathering building. Even though he was used to seeing good things, he was shocked by this 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill. Chapter 1593. If the women around Yang Chen knew that when they were in the mortal world, the 5 grade questioning inner heart pills that could be eaten like jelly beans every time they retreated was so precious even in the spiritual world, they didn't know if they would also lose their composure. However, the women would not be too pretentious. No matter how precious the things were, they were also given by their husband. It was a matter of course to eat what their husband gave them, and there was nothing to make a fuss about. Moreover, with Yang Chen, the good things that they had seen were not just the questioning inner heart pills. Of course, only the women around Yang Chen and a few people in Chunyang Palace had seen the 5 grade questioning inner heart pills. Other people, including the 4 major sect, Yang Chen provided at most the 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills. Shopkeeper, I don't know if these medicinal pills are enough? Yang Chen seemed to have expected the other party's reaction. When the shopkeeper stood up and was still constantly using his spiritual awareness to explore the medicinal pills, Yang Chen asked slowly, "Enough, enough." The shopkeeper's words were now a bit repetitive. In fact, he was completely sure that this was the 5 grade questioning inner heart pill. Regardless of the color and smell of the medicinal pills, he could judge that it was the questioning inner heart pill. The reason why he was still using his spiritual awareness to explore was just a subconscious reaction to the good things. In the eyes of the master who still couldn't believe it until now, Yang Chen got the invitation to enter the auction house 3 days later, and the proof that the auction house had accepted 3 5 grade questioning inner heart pills and walked out of the auction house. There were still 3 days before the auction. Yang Chen could take a good look in this place to see if he could buy some things he needed, such as fire seeds, such as some special spirit medicine of the spiritual world, and so on. Since arriving at the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen did not forget to collect fire seed. The high-level fire seeds were definitely something that could only be encountered but not sought, but the low-level fire seeds were relatively common. The 1st and 2nd grade fire seeds of the spiritual world, Yang Chen has already collected a batch in his hand. He would absorb it with the profound spirit furnace first, and then consider integrating it into the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Fire seeds from the mortal world were no longer obtainable in the spirit realm, and the same was true in the immortal world. In the mortal world, the fire cultivators did not have the ability to integrate many fire seeds, but in the immortal world, there were no low-level fire seeds that seemed easy, which was why the Inyang heaven-burning fire was only a legendary flame. While Yang Chen was leisurely strolling around the market to kill time, the auction house was in an uproar. What? 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill? Moreover, he had never seen a dragon-shaped Dan vein before? Just for the right to participate in the auction? Hearing the report from the appraiser, the host in charge of the auction jumped up. How is that possible? If it was an alchemist who could take out the 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill would have enough spirit stones to participate in the auction, right? In the spiritual realm, there was no lack of alchemists among the wealthiest people. If it was not an alchemist, since he could buy the 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill, could it be that he was still short of spirit stones? So when he heard that the 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill was only in exchange for a qualification to participate, the first reaction of the owner was that it was impossible. This old man's eyes have not been wrong, owner, you look at it first. Knowing that the owner would have this reaction, in fact, the appraiser himself was a little incredulous. He reached out and handed over the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill. He smiled bitterly. In fact, this old man couldn't believe it at first, but this thing is really right. The owner grabbed the jade bottle and couldn't wait to open it. He poured one out and placed it in the palm of his hand and observed it carefully. To be able to run such a large industry, although the owner was not as professional as the appraiser, his vision was not bad. After such a close observation, he finally confirmed that what was in the jade bottle in front of him was really the crazy 5th-grade questioning inner heart pill. It's actually true? The owner and the appraiser looked at each other and didn't know how to describe their feelings at the moment. After a while, the owner asked, "Who brought it to the auction?" "A 3rd-grade human Immortal Jr." The appraiser's eyes were sharp. He could even clearly see Yang Chen's cultivation base. The owner's mind turned and began to consider which young masters of big families would match this cultivation base, but how could he think of so many in such a short time? "Owner, this old man has another discovery." Seeing that the owner began to ponder, the appraiser also knew that the owner had a habit of pondering. After waiting for a while, he interrupted and said, "That young man probably has the rejuvenation bottle that owner has been looking for." Schwa, the owner's eyes quickly swept from a distance to the appraiser's face. With a pleasantly surprised expression, the owner quickly asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm not completely sure." The appraiser hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not dare to give a definite answer. "But that young man has been playing with a jade bottle in his hand. This old man's eyes have seen many magic weapons, but there are not many magic weapons that can exude such a degree of vitality in a restrained situation." The implication was that the appraiser was 80% sure that the jade bottle in Yang Chen's hand should be the rejuvenation bottle that his owner had been looking for. As the appraiser of Blessing Gathering Pavilion, he should have this kind of insight. If Yang Chen was next to him, he would definitely laugh. The pure bottle was a medicine garden that bred all kinds of rare medicinal materials. In addition, he had used the heaven and earth treasure-raising secret art to refine it for thousands of years, and also integrated with the Dragon Clan's gourd. He even enhanced the bodies of a Zhu and a Bai. Not to mention the other things, just the immortal peach that a Zhu absorbed, the vitality inside was enough to make people crazy. If he judged that the pure bottle was the rejuvenation bottle based on this alone, Yang Chen would definitely shake his head. But it could not be denied that with such a dramatic change in the pure bottle medicine garden, it might really be able to bring some dead trees back to life. Then does he have any plans to make a move? The owner's breathing began to quicken as he hurriedly asked. No. The appraiser shook his head. This old man did ask indirectly, but he said that it was his beloved item and that he would not make a move. After saying that, he did not wait for the owner to ask and carefully and clearly told the story of his meeting with Yang Chen. Then is it possible that he is coming for us? The owner frowned and began to doubt. Could it be that he heard that we wanted to buy the rejuvenation bottle, so he deliberately played with it in front of you? Such a magic weapon, if it were you, would you casually play with it? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't. The appraiser also hesitated and could not make a decision. Then let's wait and see. The owner also made a decision. Let's see what he wants to do at the auction.